To go here, folks, if we could make our way back to our seats.
So it's one extreme.
Yeah. All right. This morning we start off with the Corporate Services Committee, but before we open that, I do have one quick announcement that I have to make here. That due to scheduling conflicts, please be advised that the public hearing, which was originally recessed on October 5th and scheduled to reconvene today on October 19th at 9 a.m., will be reconvened on November 1st, 2023 at 7 p.m. at the gymnasium at Uplands Elementary, which is located at 145 Middle Bench Road, Penticton. So Corporate Services Committee, we've got a proposed agenda before us. Looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Our first item on the agenda is a closed session, and I have to read this out, that in accordance with Section 91A and 91C of the Community Charter, the Board closed the meeting to the public on the basis of personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, and another position appointed by the municipality, and labor relations or other employee relations. So looking for a motion to go in camera. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. So got to give Danny a moment to get us in camera.
Times.
Okay. Seeing no questions there, I don't think we're going to have time for the final two there, or should we mention it just something quickly?
Just questions.
Okay.
If anybody has any?
So on the corporate action plan, we've seen where we're at, and seeing any hands? Go ahead, Director Conans.
I'm not sure if this is a place to say that, but have we received an invitation or I don't seem to have received an invitation for the public hearing for the waste or for the Campbell Mountain or
the Greyback, 1313 Greyback.
Yeah, have we received an invitation to that public hearing? I don't seem to have it in my calendar.
An invitation.
No,
so,
it was.
So usually when we have public hearings or anything, there's like an email or an invite goes out to all the board members because they're online or whatever.
Yeah.
And I know no invite went out for that one. So I think
They
that's
weren't online.
yeah. So but there was no like.
And only because it was originally going to be here, wasn't it? And now it's somewhere else. So just wondered if I had missed it or if one's coming out to us.
No, it was delegated to Director Federigo, and she had her first public hearing on 1313 Greyback. It got adjourned and was to reconvene this morning, and because we had the conflict in scheduling, it's now being moved to, what is it, November 2nd?
Yeah, it's in November 1st at 7 p.m. at the gymnasium at Uplands Elementary.
But we'll follow up. We'll make sure you get an invitation to that one.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That takes us to the Planning and Development Committee, and I will go to Director Knodel for chairing this one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Pendergraft, and welcome to the Thursday, October 19th, 2023 Planning and Development Committee meeting. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda. Moved, Director Bush, seconded, Director Graham, all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move forward. First item, the Q3 activity report. CAO Newell, you do the honors, please.
Under planning development, Mr. Chair, we do both the planning department and the building and enforcement department. So we have Mr. Garish and Mr. Petrie here who will do their respective parts of this, so we should just turn it over to them.
Outstanding. Gentlemen, go ahead, please.
Hi, it's Mark from Building Enforcement Services. So I'll start off. We're just going to pull up the PowerPoint.
He's working on it. It's coming.
It's coming, and you might need to expand that screen a little bit. Whoa.
Okay, so building permits have been pretty stable even with the high interest rates. Try and move that over. So we had 355 versus 294 compared to last year in Q3, so an 18% increase in permits issued. The revenue was up 10% as well. So September, we had a good month in September. When there was a shock on one of the months, it seemed like things really took a bit of a stalemate, but we've returned strong. We're on budget, if not a little bit above budget for revenue expectations. So this is a pie chart. It's a bit small, but Area H, Area F, and Area E definitely were the leaders on the construction aspect. And stop work issues notice. So we issue these when we find construction without a permit. So it's Area C had 3 and Area H had 2, so which is pretty typical. It seems like those areas tend to be a bit higher, a bit more rural in nature in some areas. So we do have a new edition of the BC Building Code and Plumbing Code coming out in December 2023. So this has a tendency to shock the construction procedures a little bit. So you'll often get people trying to rush and beat the code and apply in December for the following year because there's often changes that can have cost implications. So we're still waiting on a summary of those. One of them that came out early was the step code in May. So we haven't had too much trouble with that. Still working out some of the kinks, but in general, it's been pretty smooth. And we'll move on to bylaw enforcement. So bylaw enforcement, we had a significant increase in complaints received. And mainly that was due to land use. So vacation rentals were a big focus for us this year. That's coming up. Yeah, that's coming up. So you can see here's just a basic breakdown of where we receive our complaints, what subjects they are, and land use definitely was over 50% of the calls. So we conducted 83 inspections. I will note we were down one of our bylaw officers for the majority of Q3. But we did put in some extra hours in trying to catch the vacation rentals on the weekends and when people would be on site. It is a lot of work. We've said this before, to find them and get the evidence we need in order to issue fines and do enforcement. I just wanted to highlight some of the animal control service as well. So there's 117 calls for animal control service in Q3. So the Highway 97 encampment, so I think that was discussed at the previous meeting. So we had a multi-agency meeting on October 16th. Great discussion, trying to figure out jurisdiction, who's got the powers through legislation. So MODI will be leading this, and they're going to conduct an inspection to figure out the exact scope and risk and go forward from there. And it definitely is a growing trend in the Okanagan, there's no doubt. So we'll continue to keep you updated on that one. So the Q4 activities, I'm sure everyone's heard there is some new provincial regulations for vacation rentals that are coming out. So we'll be waiting to hear exactly what we can do and make the appropriate changes to our process. Untidy and unsightly bylaw consolidation, that's been on our docket for a while. We're going to work with legislative services to try and complete that. And then this, the Highway 97 encampment. So we're going to continue to monitor that and provide assistance as necessary. Just a couple files we wanted to update you on. 1825 Green Mountain Road. That was due to the landslide. It's still ongoing. We're currently dealing with the lender's lawyers now. It's changed. It is vacant, so the people are no longer there. And we're trying to get them to do the remedial action themselves. but we'll continue to monitor it and see which way we go with our legal advice. And then 847 Highway 5A, that was an untidy, unsightly. There was an inspection conducted in August, and we've also met with them. There is some improvements. It looks a lot better from the road. I don't have a photo, I apologize for that, but they are continuing to work on it, and it is going in the right direction. And then 903 Newton Drive, this was the one where there's a TUP issued, and I think it was approved and then brought back to the table, and they had until the fall to remove the RV, and it's now been removed. So just wanted to update everyone on that one. And we'll move over to Chris.
Great, thank you. So just some basic stats for planning applications year to date. So we do see a bit of a slowing trend since 2021 in relation to the applications and referrals that we're receiving. And in terms of development applications for land use permits and whatnot by electoral area, it seems to be pretty evenly spread, similar to Mark's presentation, E and F. A seems to be a little bit more active than H, and then the rest of the electoral areas following in. Quick synopsis of the delegated DVPs. So far this year, we received 37 variance permit applications. 9 of those 37 remain in progress, so we're still reviewing and assessing them. A further 9 have been approved by the board, and then we have 18 applications under delegation. So this is a slightly different spread than I presented at previous quarterly reports. I think it was in the past about 50-50 in terms of delegated versus board approved permits. So keeping in mind we're at 67% now, but there are still 9 to be determined. And yes, it's higher than the 50% average, but as I recall, I think when we came forward with the delegated DVP proposal based on historical applications, we'd estimated that up to around 60% could be delegated. So not totally out of the expectations in terms of what could be done, but certainly higher than historic. Switching over to projects now. So just an update on the RGS. So we are working on preparing amendments to give or to reflect the direction provided by the board at committee back in August, which primarily was to remove Caledon and Armada as growth areas. And so what will that look like, not only in terms of the RGS, but required OCP amendments? That's ongoing. Electoral area E, OCP. So as the board's aware, we did complete our community engagement in the summer. We brought it forward for first reading. The board asked for APC consideration. And I do want to touch on that with the next couple of slides as well, just for the board's benefit. So we did go to the APC, and the APC deferred consideration, and we understand after the fact that the APC can't defer, so that's why it's on your agenda again today. We have a APC special meeting set up for September 25th. And I don't want to speak for the APC because obviously there's no resolution before you today from them, but I know some of the discussion that occurred at their previous meeting was just concerns about the degree to which the OCP reflected community positions on certain items. Again, raising concern about growth management boundaries, hillside development, vacation rentals. And there was talk, although yet to be determined if they would ask for this, but asking for a 6-month deferral. And just for the board's benefit, I wanted to reiterate that, I appreciate the APC's concerns in that respect, but it's nothing that the board hasn't heard already through the various consultations that we've done. So much so that, as you recall, staff came to committee back in June and asked for direction on some of these items because they were contentious within the community. There was no consensus, and some of which staff had concerns about the appropriateness of doing within the OCP review. And so the board did set a direction at that committee meeting on the growth boundary, on vacation rentals, and also how hillside development would occur going forward, ideally after the OCP, and potentially something that you might put on for your 2024 strategic plan. And, so these issues have come up previously. We have done the iterative 3-round survey at the beginning of the process. We did have a community advisory group, and that final engagement survey did have 373 participants. So at a staff level, again, we wouldn't be bringing forward bylaws for your consideration at first reading that we didn't stand behind, and we still stand behind the current draft of the OCP. If the APC does pass a resolution on the 25th, I just want to make clear for the board that you still have the opportunity to consider that when you review all the comments that come in for the public hearing. So it's not like the APC's recommendation will be lost in the process. Switching over to environmentally sensitive, so we've been kind of waiting on hold. The board did defer consideration of the amendment bylaw pending Stantec staff being able to present to committee their report. And we're hopeful, we're trying to confirm November 16th that they'll be able to attend, present it from their perspective and answer any questions that the board might have. Subdivision servicing, so we do have a couple items after a quarterly update. We do feel we are getting close to being able to present a draft to the bylaw, hopefully next month, and the subsequent items on committee today will inform what we present in November. Vacation rental review. So again, we did do the RFP back in August. We didn't have a great response to it, but we are currently in discussions with a consulting firm that we're hoping to engage formally soon, and then commence background research, and then hopefully do a workshop with the board early in the new year to scope the project. I have added some slides here because, as Mark indicated, and as I'm sure you're all aware, there's the new provincial regulations in relation to vacation rentals. So I don't pretend to have any greater insights than probably what you've been reading in the press and from the Government of BC website, but I thought I'd just run through just some of the highlights for that. So our understanding is that this is going to be phased in over the next 12 months in 4 different phases. And the first phase is, increasing fines and strengthening tools. So it's our understanding that, and I'm assuming this is for MTI bylaw or potentially BNE, but that the maximum fines per day will be increased to $3,000, which I know the board has raised concerns about in the past. That our fines are small in comparison to some of the monies that are being brought in by these vacation rentals. So that's one great thing. Phase 2, which we understand will be May of next year, will be the principal residence requirement. Now, again, as I understand it, it's communities of 10,000 or greater. None of our electoral areas meet that threshold, although arguably the RD as a whole does, even just by the electoral areas. But I understand too that there's an option for the RD to potentially opt in to having that regulation apply in the electoral areas. How we do that, I don't know. We'll have to look at that later. Interesting as well, the province is giving us the ability now to do business licensing, which has always been one of the challenges with an RD and vacation rentals versus our municipal partners. And very interesting too, removing the legal non-conforming of existing vacation rentals going forward. So of course, I don't think that's so much an issue for us because there are other than Apex and Twin Lakes, vacation rentals are prohibited through zoning in all the electoral areas subject to a TUP, and a TUP doesn't establish grandfathering anyway. So probably more of a consideration at the municipal level. Phase 3, so summer of next year, the data sharing, and this is primarily with the province, and then also requiring approved vacation rentals to have their business licensing listed on their whatever platforms they're using. And finally, phase 4, and again, very hopeful around this because it certainly helps to have additional enforcement assistance. So this would be the province stepping in and creating its own enforcement unit to assist with this. So late 2024, which I'm assuming means probably December of next year. Next project touching on, so housing options. And of course, this was only just recently at committee, so I don't really have too much more to update. We're trying to scope what the cost of the project could be before we formally reach out to the member municipalities to gauge their interest in participating in a housing needs assessment update or the regional housing strategy, but we're hopeful to get that pinned down soon, and then reach out to Penticton, Summerland, Oliver, Soyuz, Kermias, Princeton, etc. And then just a list of miscellaneous initiatives that are still ongoing that aren't really front of mind. I guess the one new one to the list here is we have recently been approached by Soyuz to assist with planning services on a temporary basis while they fill a vacancy within their organization, but we're expecting that to be done late this year, early next year. So just a temporary additional workload. And that's it for the planning overview, and Mark and I are happy to take any questions that directors might have.
Thank you, gentlemen. Are there any questions for our managers? I haven't got the full screen back, so I can't see the board yet.
Chair, it's Director Gettens. I have a question.
Go, Director Gettens, please.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to follow up with Mr. Petrie about the multi-agency table, and just thanks for navigating all of that work in a pretty short turnaround time. You had said that Modi is going to take the lead on this particular piece of land. Do you know a timeline when that might be happening?
I just got the email yesterday. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Petrie, sorry.
Thanks. I got the email yesterday and they haven't determined it, but they did set out a strategy for moving forward. So I'm assuming I'll get an update next week.
Okay, thanks.
And
And just as
provide
a, just as a follow-up, Chair, there's been, thanks. So there is quite a, there's lots to learn about this and the rights of people and camping, and the province has a very strong stand on it as well. And I think sharing some of those learnings would be really helpful, because I think this is going to probably continue. And I think as municipalities and electoral areas are neighbors where we can, you know, we're basically across the street and now you're in a rural area versus staying in a municipality. I think we do need to come to some kind of regional, I don't even know if we have any powers to put in bylaws or what we can do. Like, from that was my takeaway over the past week and a half or so, looking into this pretty much in depth. So I wanted to ask if that multi-agency table, is that going to continue on, or was that just focused on this encampment?
Mr. Petrie, please.
Yeah, we spoke about a bunch of issues just in terms of going forward, and we do see this spilling over into the rural areas more. So we did create kind of the framework to move forward. And we talked about potentially discussing this monthly to start, but right now our focus is on this Highway 97 encampment, and then going forward we did discuss this if it continued to be an issue. I would add, though, that we did have social services there, and there is an expectations to provide some services. Some of these people have been evicted from the BC Housing Services, so they no longer have access to that. But you still have a duty to at least reach out and provide them some services, because if you push them potentially off the land into a more harmful spot, there could be liabilities there.
Yeah, and I think that's the right thing to do, just from a human side as well. And I think the main concern with this encampment, beyond the general concerns of safety and littering and everything like that, was the clay banks and just that kind of work. But yeah, I just wanted to share that I appreciate the work that went into it, and thanks.
Thank you. I have Mr. Newell, Director Taylor, and Director Bloomfield.
I just wanted to jump on that, Mr. Chair. We're going to have Mr. Petrie come in at our CAO meeting next week to give an overview of what happened at that interagency committee. And they also had a legal advisor at that meeting as well. So, I mean, the last thing we want to do is shuffle the in-house from one geographic area to another. We have to come up with a longer term solution on this so that we're all working together.
Thank you, sir. Director Taylor, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Garish, just regarding the province's new legislation on short-term accommodations, I understand there have been technical sessions that I think elected people have been invited to from some of the municipalities, and I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for elected reps from regional districts. You know, have you heard of any? I'm interested.
Mr. Garish, actually, that might be better if CAO Newell may have that answer.
The chair and I had invitations to sit in on a minister's briefing just when they are in the process of making those announcements. I'm not aware of any future ones coming up. And there was no opportunity to forward the invitation. It was relegated to a chair at CAO.
Thank you, sir. Director Blomfield, please.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'd just like to bounce back to the meeting about the homeless encampment and the ramifications of that. And I think I appreciate the words from the rural directors around Penticton as, you know, wanting to be part of the solution, because I think that is an important piece of the puzzle. I think that when we look at the crime reports that we had from the RCMP for the last quarter, we saw that Penticton was actually doing a little better, and crime had been reduced in Penticton, but interestingly enough, crime had increased in surrounding neighborhoods. And so I think it's, you know, you can make some deductions as to what's happening there, but, you know, solving or working on the issues of homelessness and mental health and addictions and crime is obviously a regional approach, and I think that it's incumbent on the regional district to be part of the solution for the major centres in the regional district when dealing with these issues.
Thank you. Director Cronin, please.
Thanks. Yes, just a follow-up on that through the chair. I think it's incumbent on all of us sitting at this table to realize that, to look at it a little differently concerning the unhoused. I don't believe that, well, actually, there is some truth to the fact that the unhoused are spilling over into the rural areas. But you have to, everyone here has to realize that the unhoused are spilling out from the rural areas into the major centers, specifically Penticton, and we are overfranchised here. So I think all of us sitting here are going to have to come up with a solution where everyone, as the director just mentioned, everyone takes some responsibility for this, and I'm looking forward to that conversation with all of you here at a good long session concerning what we're all going to do about our unhoused.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have one. So I understand the province's, well, opening it up to Crown land where the unhoused can stay for, I don't know, was it 2 weeks or something like that? But I don't understand why we can't control our parks. I mean, it might be owned by Crown land, but it's run by regional district. There are parks, and I think we should have control over our parks to keep them safe. And I don't think this is a place for the unhoused to be unhoused. Thank you.
I believe that would be best, Mr. Petrie.
Try to answer that one, but currently for regional district parks and bylaws, we don't have a bylaw that prohibits camping. There is there was a ruling where somebody could set up a tent at dusk and take it down by, I believe, 9 in the morning. So that's determined to be a human right if there's no shelter available. So there is a bit of a caveat to that. So in terms of regulating Crown land, that's difficult from a jurisdictional issue. So.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments for these managers? Director Gilbert, please.
Thank you, Kathy, the chair. And I think just added on to that, I think this, we got to look at like what the city of Victoria did, right? When they made an MOU with the province to, once they had the shelter in, they were able to break up the encampment and move people from out of Beaton Park to shelter locations. So if we're going to have to tackle this issue, we're going to have to try to figure out a solution, probably regionally and within municipalities, of where that shelter is going to be. Are there going to be multiple shelters, and can we create an MOU with the province regionally and municipality that when these encampments happen, we can move them into a shelter spot and not be out into the public.
Thank you, sir. Director Pendergraft. You're muted.
I was wondering if there was a follow, or do we know yet in regards to business licensing for vacation rentals, whether that's specific to vacation rentals, or does that mean business licenses in general for the regional district? Do we know if there's a line there?
So to the chair, so the short answer is what we saw from the province, it seemed to indicate other businesses could be licensed, but we don't know what that means yet, and we haven't really looked into it, but the focus seems to be obviously vacation rentals. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments on this committee? No, seeing none, we'll move along. Item C, regulating the creation of new private utilities. This is a discussion piece. CA O'Neill, would you care to enlighten us?
Mr. Garish indicated earlier that we're getting closer to bringing forward our subdivision bylaw for review and discussion. And there are a number of issues that we want to discuss with committee before they bring forward that front end part of the subdivision bylaw. So these next three issues really are something that will be considered further then. The first one is, I mean, inadvertently, we have an informal policy that essential services should be run by a local government. So in the acceptance of water and wastewater utilities by the regional district, we've been using that, but it would be beneficial if we started at the other end and we just said, let's don't have private utilities out there. Let's address this right at the subdivision stage. But anyway, I'm getting into Mr. Garish's presentation. I think he's got more on this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you. So to the chair, I'll start off here. And I do have a fair bit of background just to give some context to the board as to where this is coming from. And as the CEO indicated, it certainly does tie into the subdivision servicing bylaw. And so if there is a desire to take a particular approach into private utilities, now would be a fortuitous time to do so. And so I'll just start off with Caledon, because I think it's a driving force here. So as the board is aware, Caledon is a rural growth area under the RGS, at least up until this point, subject to any amendments. And the OCP does still speak to supporting an extension of a community sewer to Caledon, and that if at such time a sewer was extended, that a review of the zoning would be undertaken. And so that kind of formed a policy background for the sewer extension project from the OK Falls sewer system that would have extended up along the lake to Caledon. Now, as the board is aware, that proposal was rejected in a referendum by a vote of 91 to 65 in 2021. So, you know, although it was defeated, there was some support. And I mean, certainly there were property owners, which we can see here, who obviously were anticipating or waiting for that sewer to come forward. And when it didn't, we received in quick succession 4 subdivision referrals from the Ministry of Transportation, each of which was dealing with a various lot strata subdivision. And each of those lots, in order to comply with minimum parcel size and servicing requirements, was proposing the creation of a strata sewer system in order to proceed. Now, that generated, as I recall, some discussion within the community, and the Advisory Planning Commission on its own put forward a resolution for the board to consider asking it to review what it termed the board's bare land strata bylaw. Now, there is no such thing as a bare land strata bylaw, but when you investigate a little bit further what the APC's concern was, it was basically the proliferation of these small private sewer systems, and was there some way for the regional district not to control that? And so we came back with an administrative response a couple months later, and basically just pointed out that there is no strata bylaw to review. However, you know, from the board's perspective, with your discretionary approvals, you can regulate certainly subdivision and the creation of new parcels through your zoning bylaw. And so that might be something that you want to look at. And that if there was a desire to go further and to prohibit private utilities, that we would have to do more research on that. And so I believe that came forward as a possible Caledon zone review to be undertaken in 2023, subject to the other board priorities being completed, which we're still, as the board is aware from the Q3 update, still trying to work towards bringing to completion. Now, as the board is also aware, Greta Ranch still currently remains a rural growth area under the RGS, although we're also looking at that one too. And that, you know, existing policy statements within the OCP speak to Greta Ranch being provided with appropriate infrastructure servicing at such time as it's developed in accordance with the regional district servicing bylaw. So, and this goes back many, many years. The board also has a liquid waste management plan for electoral area F. An amendment was done to that in 2009, largely in response to Greta Ranch. And Greta, for those who don't know, has existing zoning, so it's already in place, that I believe allows for upwards of 300 to 400 units or dwellings to be created. That's in various forms, single detached dwellings, townhouses, apartments up to multifamily. And despite the liquid waste management plan basically advocating or saying that the preferred option for servicing Greta Ranch was going to be through a connection to Summerland sewer system, that option has never been acted upon. Now, as the board is also aware, we've had recent proposals up for consideration within the Greta Ranch rural growth area. This servicing connection has come up, and as far as we're aware, if Summerland's not prepared to continue with that extension of its system to Greta, because the liquid waste management plan hasn't otherwise been acted upon in terms of service areas being created or other infrastructure, the option does exist for the private property owners in this growth area to proceed with private utilities, which is a concern that I believe Summerland raised in relation to some of the recent proposals. And Summerland staff also pointed out to the RDOS staff that their bylaw currently prohibits the creation of private utilities, and that might be something we want to look at. So that's come up in relation to Greta Ranch. And then finally, more recently, we have found out from OBWB that their 1 hectare policy might also apply to how a regional district approaches the issue of private utilities. Apparently this summer they did a survey of local governments in the valley to determine compliance with their understanding of the 1 hectare policy. And the RDOS was seen to be somewhat in compliance. And the issue that apparently kept us from being in compliance was our approach to private utilities, and that some of our policy statements are a little open-ended, and that the regulations within the subdivision servicing bylaw do allow for private corporate utility and strata systems. And so you can see here, so we do have existing policies at the RGS level which speak to discouraging private utilities. That's repeated in the OCP bylaws, and I think this is what OBWB was getting at. But then when you get down into the regulatory bylaws being zoning and subdivision, zoning is silent on the matter, and that's on purpose. In 2008, when we tried to comply with 1 hectare, we moved everything into subdivision servicing, but subdivision servicing still allows for a strata corporation and an incorporated company, which seems to be at odds with the policy directions contained within the RGS and the OCP, which is what OBWB is flagging. So all those things being considered, we started to look at this, and obviously, as the CEO indicated, we're aware of the policy positions within the board's water and sewer utility acquisition policy, which is basically that the highest and best situation is to have these utilities for water and sewer administered by a public body. We're also aware, obviously, and I'm sure the board is well aware of this too, at a staff level, of the various issues that have come up with some of the private utilities in the valleys, particularly when they have failed or are reaching that point of failure and then approach the regional district to take them over, and that causes a lot of problems. And Lisa's here and is able to speak to that if the board has any questions on that. So all in all, we felt this was kind of pushing us forwards on exploring like what authority does the regional district have in relation to private utilities, especially as we get closer to bringing subdivision servicing bylaw forward. So I haven't quoted the sections of the act here, but there are 3 parts that we feel give the board the ability to regulate, and if it so wishes, to prohibit the creation of new private utilities. Now, just to flag some considerations for the board as it considers this, we do feel that there is a strong rationale for the board to take a step in that direction. In order to do so, we'd want to make sure that we have consistent policy statements in the official community plans, and that those are supported by regulations in both subdivision servicing and zoning bylaw, which is not currently the case. Although it sounds like a big issue, apparently the only requirements that would have to be changed are the definitions of our community water and community sewer, so it's pretty straightforward in that respect. And then we feel that if the board did take this route, in addition to helping inform the drafting of the subdivision servicing bylaw, it might also address this request for a clean zone review, and that might not actually have to proceed if we're able to regulate private utilities through this other option. Obviously, issues that you may confront if we go this route. So there is no, as you know, with land use, we can establish a regulation to prohibit something, but property owners have the right to ask the board always to put that aside through an application process. We've confirmed that if we regulate private utilities, that application process would be the DVP route, not the rezoning route. So we would anticipate seeing DVPs in future where property owners are asking the board to put aside any prohibition on private utilities. So that was something that is likely to come before you. Flip side is it may also result in pressure on the RD to assume ownership of new systems that private owners are required to build in order to act on their zoning application or their existing zoning. Greta Ranch being a situation if there's a prohibition. So the board would have to, we're assuming likely establish criteria to determine what it would consider to be a viable system. Is it one that's serving 10 units only? Or 8, as some of those subdivisions in Cleveland were? Probably not. But what that number is, we don't know, but we could certainly look into that going down the road. And yeah, I just put up a couple of examples here. So these are just some situations where there's already existing medium density zoning in the electoral areas that would require community water and community sewer system in order to be acted upon. Obviously, Greta Ranch is the one at left, and I believe the one at right is the Paradise Ranch parcel in Naramata. So it's hard to see here, but there are two medium density zones up on the hillside there. And as we know, Naramata water does not go out that far. And to the extent that we're looking at sewer in Naramata, it would not be extended out this far. So how then do those parcels get developed? Is it a system that the RD would be willing to take on based on numbers, or is it one that we would be willing to provide an exemption for? So those are the types of questions I could see coming before the board in the future. Almost done. Depending on direction from the board, obviously this would inform the drafting of the new subdivision servicing bylaw. But because this would require OCP amendments, I suspect we would probably want to run this separate because the OCP bylaws have a somewhat different engagement requirement with the community for early and ongoing consultations that doesn't apply to a subdivision servicing bylaw. And again, depending on direction provided by the board, if we're tasked with going out, we would do public engagement for the remainder of the year, get feedback from property owners, particularly those whose parcels are under active subdivision and are proposing private systems, as well as engineering firms and anybody else who might feel they have an interest, and then report back to you in the new year at committee and see what you want to do. So that's it in a nutshell, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions that the directors might have.
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Any questions for Mr. Garish? Director Klein King, Junior, please. After that.
So I get, my concern here is what you just brought up. Like if we do away with private utilities, I mean, the onus right now is on the developer to develop everything. How are we going to prevent them from putting the onus on us? That's my concern. Is like Greta Ranch is a perfect example. You know, if they really want to push it, right now they're 100% on the hook to pay for this and figure it out on their own. If we change this and we don't do it right, we could end up with the liability of having to put that in. And I don't think that's right either. So, you know, development needs to pay for development and not taxpayers. So that's my concern.
Mr. Garish, please.
Sure. So my expectation around that would be something similar, and Lisa might be able to help me with this, what we saw with the recent subdivision in Naramata Benchlands, where they were required to put in water infrastructure, and we required that to be built to our standard at the applicant's cost. They constructed, and as soon as it's ready, it's turned over to us to then become part of our infrastructure right away. So I'm not sure if you're able to add more to that.
Just a follow up to that. I mean, are our systems capable of, you know, accepting that demand if we're going to tie into existing systems? You know, those two examples you showed up on the hillside above Naramata, if all of a sudden those go ahead and they put in all the infrastructure and hand it over to us, can we handle that? Like I see why you want to do this. I just don't see the practicality and how it's all going to work yet.
Sure. So I'll take a brief stab at that and I'll pass it over to you. But again, my expectation is that the ability to then prohibit and approve these through an application process would give us leverage, and the board the ability to review and determine if this is actually something it wants to see proceed, and if it is, to what standard is it being constructed. And hopefully we avoid these situations where maybe they're not built to an appropriate standard, and 10, 20 years down the road, lo and behold, they're approaching you again and now asking you to take over a potentially failing system that's going to require significant upgrades. This allows you to get out in front of it and deal with it right at the front end and say, yes, we want to take this over, and here's the standard we want it built to. But
Yeah,
great.
Go ahead, Ms. Blumenfeld.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to, Chris is right. We would, when the developer would put in an application for this kind of a development, that's when we assess the system. And after we've assessed it, we come up with list of deficiencies on the system in order to provide the service. The developer would be responsible for providing and covering those deficiencies in order for us to provide service to his new development. That would be solely on the developer.
Thank you, Ms. Lundfeld. Is there a
So I
follow-up?
just have a follow-up. Yeah, I do. So take that one up on the hill and we approve a Claire Jester. 25 years from now, that thing fails because that's, pretty much a maximum life of one of those, but it's completely approved because it's an approved source of dealing with these things. I mean, are there enough houses up there to pay for it? I mean, we have an approved one in our community. It's coming to end of life. We're trying to figure out how to deal with that. There's not enough houses to pay for the service upgrade to pump it into the municipal system, but hey, they did it exactly to code and everything else. It all fit the criteria. But 25 years later, it's like, holy smokes, now we got to figure this out. These are the concerns I'm having with the way you're looking at doing this.
Thank you. Ms. Blumfeld?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and it is definitely a valid concern, and that would be part of what we have to consider when we look at extensions of existing services or putting in new services. Is it financially viable? Do we, what do we need to put away each year in order to pay for this infrastructure when it comes due? Right now, that's what we're doing. We're looking at all of our master plans for our water systems, and that will help us determine that. So a new piece of an infrastructure would roll into that, and it would all, the users of the system would have to, we would have to start putting away a certain amount each year for capital upgrades when the pieces came due.
Thank you. Director Blumfeld, please, and then Director Gilbert.
Thank you, and through the chair, and this is actually a really important discussion to be having, and I think because, we've seen the problems of some of the lax approaches to construction and maintenance of such systems. And yeah, when they become a problem, then they try to make it the regional district's problem, and with Naramata, it's probably a little different because, Naramata Irrigation District is actually managed by the regional district. And so some of those irrigation districts out there aren't. And I question, though, a couple of questions, but one is, community septic systems are governed by the Ministry of Environment. Do they have a criteria of how many units have to be on a system before they get involved? Is there, I'm thinking of the smaller systems, if there's a 2 or 4 lot strata that wants to do a community septic system, is that governed by the Ministry of Environment, or is there a threshold there?
Mr. Parrish, please.
Sure, thank you. I'll just pass it over to Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you. Yeah, there is a threshold. IHA would permit the lower number of connected houses. I don't have off the top of my head what the threshold is, but but there is a threshold where you can get an IHA permit, and then you have to go up to the ministry and follow the regulations.
Okay, thank you. And the issues that we have are, I think, predominantly certainly with the septic systems and maybe with the water systems as well, is whether they're owned by a company or an independent corporation. My experience is that the systems that are owned and governed by the strata, by the actual users of the system, are a little better managed and a little better maintained, and subsequently haven't been so much of a problem. So I think the bigger problems are with the systems that are owned and maintained by corporations that get paid on an annual rate for the usage and for the hookup. And so I think certainly there needs to be some modifications to the legislation that covers those systems. And with water systems, switching to water systems right now, the same thing, the same question. What about a shared well? Is that a water system, or is that, how's that going to work?
Not sure where to direct that one.
Yeah, a shared well is a water system. Even for 2 parcels, if they share one well, it's considered a water system.
So, yeah, and so who's going to govern that? And would that be and the reason I bring this up is that you have to consider some of the existing use applications right now. And how that affects the governance of those systems, because it become inordinately expensive for the regional district to govern every shared well and every shared septic system. You got a duplex out there, the two users share the same septic system. We've got to be careful that we're not maintaining it and not replacing it, and and then same with the shared well. And so that is, there has to be some kind of criteria, some kind of threshold. Thank you. That's it.
Moving forward, Director Gilbert, Director Federico, and then Director Barkwell.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to make comments, just echoing some of the directors, especially Director Coyne here. We look at a project in, Penticton Reservoir Road that came up, and the reason why I supported that is because the Strata Corporation is going to be maintaining and building their own roads and infrastructure, sewage there, and we're not taking that on. The question with this is, why should people, in a city context, why should people downtown who are being told to densify be subsidizing $1 million homes for their infrastructure when they can't pay for that 25 years down the line in cities to take that on? And I look at that as the RDOS context. Who's going to be paying that money for, Grand Ranch? I look at those homes there. Those are multi-million-dollar homes. And why should, people who are, densifying in Cleveland or so forth having to pay for services that those corporations, I think, are more responsible for than the whole regional district itself? I think it's an equity question when it comes to infrastructure in the city, who's paying for it and who's getting subsidized by it. And I would say this is a slope that I don't think the RDOS should go down by trying to take these private utilities and taking it public.
Comment from either of you? Mr. Garish?
Yeah, just to clarify, so as with anything land use, the new regulation would only apply to new development going forward, right? Anything that's existing out in the communities would basically be grandfathered, having been lawfully established under the previous regs, which allowed for corporate and strata systems. And so the question for the board under this scenario is, when people come forward asking to create new strata systems, and there's a risk or a concern that these might be inherited by the regional district down the road, is this something you want to allow to have happen in the first place? Or are you more prepared to deal with it later on when the question comes to you? Are you willing to take this over under your utilities acquisition policy? And so, and I guess the other benefit too, I would say, is that with these existing systems, yes, they would become grandfathered, non-conforming use rights, but if they're attempting to expand them and apply them to additional parcels, this provision before you would allow you an oversight role with that as well. Can it accommodate it? How has it been kept up? Is it suitable?
Thank you, Mr. Garish. Director Federico, please.
Yes, thank you, through the chair. I'm struggling with this one a little bit because right now, I appreciate this is a super important conversation to have, and as Naramata has been brought up multiple times, we can see that it's, it is taking place in Area D, and we know what's going on there. So again, I appreciate that this is an important conversation to have. I'm challenged that we're having this conversation now before we get to the regional growth strategy. For me, conceptually, without being able to understand where and how our housing is going to go and where and how we're going to grow, essentially, I feel like this is pushing us in our smaller rural communities to have a community sewer system. And we've heard from different user groups and different community members that that's something that we may not be at a point at. So yeah, I'm just struggling with this one right now before we have an idea and a picture of where and how we are going to grow housing wise.
Thank you. I'm not sure there's a question in there anywhere, so we'll carry on. Director Barkwell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I speak from a pretty informed position here, having recently taken the training to become a registered on-site wastewater practitioner. Long title. But in all the discussions about these issues that the people in the business have, it's like regulation and enforcement of that regulation is really important. The systems can fail, and if they're not maintained, then there can be problems. So whatever, I think it sounds like everybody's on the same page here. They don't want to be saddled with somebody else's problem down the road. So whatever regulations Chris can come up with that says, okay, this is what it's going to cost. If you don't like it, then that subdivision isn't financially viable. So I'm not sure what those rules and regulations that Chris we'll have to come up with. But they are necessary, and everybody sees that nobody wants to take over 25 years from now somebody else's problem. They got to pay for it up front, and they got to maybe be contributing just like the large systems do, and the expansion we're facing in Summerland. And so if he can put in the rules that do that, then we solve two problems. We need more housing, we need more land developed, but it has to be done in a way that doesn't create a problem in the future. And sounds like they're on it.
Thank you. Tall order for a mere mortal, Mr. Garish. I wish you luck in that one. Any other questions for our delegation here? Director Monteith?
And through the chair, I guess sharing just Clayton's frustration that when the sewer referendum failed, all these little strata, Bearland strata subdivisions popped up. And the struggle the Clayton has is that they're really, even though Interior Health gives the permit, oversight to start the septic system, there's no follow through. There's no inspection after. They're failing. They're leaking into our watershed, and like it's impacting everybody. So I do appreciate having some sort of regulation, because we're going to take them over sooner or later, right? And you know, as I learn more about private utilities and realizing that they can get approved at a very small pipe, but when the regional district takes it over, it takes a much larger pipe. So we're allowing systems to be built at substandard to local government, and then when we get them later, then there's a big sticker shock to the residents. So I'm fearful that we continue to allow what we know is not going to be helpful down the road. So the sooner we can address this, especially in small communities, I'm totally on board, because to ignore it is just putting more on the taxpayer later.
You have a comment, Mr. Garish, and then to Director Taylor. No comment. Director Taylor, please.
So are we looking for a motion here?
This was for discussion.
Oh, just discussion. It says administrative recommendation. So we are looking for a motion? Oh,
That way, unfortunately, I have for discussion, so. Gail?
okay, I'm gonna move the motion, and I'd like to make a few comments afterwards.
Very good. Is there a seconder?
Yep.
Director
Gittens.
Okay, so my comments are, I'm strongly in support of this. I think we're going to get another look at it later on down the road when it comes back to us from staff, so we can have an opportunity to tweak it more then. I think there are limits, lower limits suggested here, 50 or 100. I think that we're just setting a public policy framework that, you know, as communities grow, sewer and water are publicly provided systems as opposed to privately provided systems. And that just becomes a part of our growth strategy. So for those reasons, I'm strongly in support of this.
Thank you, Director Taylor. Any other comments or questions before I call a question? Director Pendergraft, please.
Just one thought on this, and I understand and think this is a good idea, but I want to make sure that we don't have to seek permission to set up a service area after the fact. Can that be done in advance as well? Because if it's a small number and then we got to ask their permission to get funds or from them to do this, and they say, no, you can't do anything with it. That needs to be done up front as part of taking over that system. The service area has to be established prior to it coming to us. So keep that in mind when you're setting this up, please.
Fair enough. Good comment there. Director, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm also in favor of this as well, just with having a few privately owned water systems in my neck of the woods. It's a challenge, and we do have to do some sort of oversight on it. And just, you know, the whole service, that's a really, really good point, because when you look at a little system like Falder and there's only 80 houses supporting it, that's a very good example of how expensive water can get when you are in the rural area. And I don't think those residents or any of us really knew what that final price tag was going to be. So I really appreciate this effort, and I'm anxious for the conversation. It looks like it's going to come back Q1 of 2024, sometime around there. So that might help with some of the regional growth strategy concerns earlier, but I'm in support of this as well.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Director Gilbert, Director Coyne Jr., Director Federigo. Any other opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Well, we have 4 minutes left to do the campground subdivision campground regulation. I'm thinking possibly we should be putting that off for another meeting. I don't believe it's time sensitive by any means, is it?
Well, if we're trying to bring this draft of the subdivision servicing bylaw to committee on November 16th, which is the next available meeting to us, it would be helpful to know if we're working the campground bylaw and mobile home park bylaw into that or not. But I appreciate there's only 4 minutes, and that's not a lot of time.
I have no problem going into lunch from my point of view, if anybody else. Fair enough.
Chair, just to the chair. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to say, I think we should keep going as well. And if we need to take a quick break to grab a plate, we can work through lunch.
Thank you. Fair enough. Mr. Garish, please.
Okay, great. And so for the board's benefit, we actually had combined our PowerPoint because there's a lot of overlap between these two issues. So we might just do the one presentation, even though the reports for campground and manufactured are separate. So I'll just start off quickly, and then I'll pass over to Shannon to do the manufactured home park. So again, typical background, just outlining some legislative authority, which I won't spend too much time on given time constraints. We do have a subdivision servicing bylaw that does deal with sewer and water servicing. Just to highlight, which I've already touched on in Q3 anyway, the subdivision servicing bylaw project, which has been ongoing for many years, and we feel this is an opportunity to look at the manufactured home park and campground bylaws to see if they're still relevant or can they be worked into subdivision servicing and potentially some of the zoning. So the campground bylaw itself, it's a totally different section of the act than subdivision, but they're basically dealing with the same thing. Older language, I think, for the campgrounds, it calls it facilities, but understanding of facilities is basic infrastructure such as water and sewer, which is exactly what the subdivision servicing bylaw deals with. The original campground bylaw was actually a joint campground and mobile home park bylaw. It was adopted by the board in 1982. Our understanding is it was based on a 1970s template that the then provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs had created. So language from that era. And even though we did review the campground bylaw in 2018, a lot of that language was carried forward. And this is one of the examples. So it's a weird bylaw that it swings from one end to the other, from very overly prescriptive, we would argue, to sometimes not providing very much direction at all. I'm going to start with the very prescriptive end. And so this is just a couple of examples. Primarily, of course, when you think about campgrounds, we're talking about the amenities that are provided to patrons. And so it's specifying how many toilets, showers, urinals, washing and drying appliances are supposed to be provided based on number of campsites, distance to amenities, etc. The point I want to make here is that this is not anything that the regional district applies to similar tourist commercial uses. If you think about hotels, motels, resorts, something along those lines. So then we get to the other end of it, where the guidance is challenging for us, and I suspect also for property owners. I'll just pull out a few quick examples here. So a property owner is supposed to arrange for disposal of garbage. Okay, well, what does that mean? Arguably burning it on site is, and I get that that's an extreme example, but burying it would also comply with that reg. Probably not what we intended or want to see happen, but that's the challenge with the reg the way it's written at the moment. Garbage containers are supposed to be provided in an ample number. Again, we're not quite sure what that means. And pullouts for RVs to empty their tanks easily and conveniently moved. Again, we're not quite sure what that means and how we would apply that. So very prescriptive, probably not providing the best direction. Other examples too, again, I would argue some of the regs are just in there as flags for property owners. We're simply pointing to senior level government legislation, which we can't really have a role in terms of waiving or otherwise not applying. They have to comply with that. It's a given. So it's not really providing direction either in that sense. And finally, the other aspect of the zoning, or sorry, the bylaw that I want to highlight is that, some of the things in there might actually be able to be better accommodated in, say, zoning, or as we've said from the beginning here, the subdivision servicing bylaw. So we feel that mandating community water sewer connections, we can deal with that through zoning. Zoning already deals with parking requirements. The access that's in the campground bylaw, we could probably move into zoning as well. Amenity and recreation areas, if there's a desire to see those continued, although we would argue that's really an issue for the campground operator in terms of user experience. But if we want to continue to specify that, we can probably move that into zoning. And then the internal driveways and access could be either zoning or servicing, but depending on direction today, we'll try to get a better handle on that. And just for the board's benefit, because I know campground permits are delegated, they're actually considered under the legislation a form of building permit issued by the building inspector. But the ones that we've dealt with over the last 5 years have largely been in relation to existing campgrounds. So the one at Gallagher Lake, Twin Lakes, and then Seacrest Hill. And for the most part, it's simply been incremental expansions of those campgrounds. So we haven't really seen a new campground proposal, although I know there was one in Naramata within the last couple of years, but a new campground proposal come forward that we've had to issue a permit for. So the options that we've put before you, the three main ones would be that the campground bylaw is repealed and that the provisions within it currently that we feel are worth retaining, that we explore moving those into either subdivision servicing or zoning. The second option would be to keep the campground bylaw, but that we review it again against the subdivision servicing bylaw. And if there's parts that we feel require its own dedicated bylaw, that we can do that. But again, it's just attempting to streamline and modernize. And then option three would be status quo, so no change. Campground just stays as it is, and we proceed with subdivision servicing on the basis that there's this other bylaw dealing with campgrounds. So that's it for me. We do have the recommendation, which would be to repeal and to move provisions into other bylaws. And just in the interest of time, I'll skip my questions here and we can just quickly go into manufactured home.
Okay. So I'm not going to cover the same history that Chris has already covered, but our manufactured home park regulations bylaw was adopted in 2012, and that was just following the review of our manufactured home park zone. That's the RSM zones. And then similar to a campground bylaw, this would require the issuance of a manufactured home park permit in order for us to confirm compliance with the specified facility standards that are in that bylaw. So similar to the campground bylaw, there are elements that we do see to be incredibly prescriptive that we don't apply to other residential developments. Some examples just being the marking and numbering of manufactured home spaces, designating a maximum number of unoccupied mobile home spaces, the design of recreation areas. All of these really should be considered by the manufactured home park operator, as well as the minimum speed for road design. Other issues, as is with the campground bylaw, is that some of these guidelines are incredibly vague, and they don't really give us enough direction to properly examine or enforce after the fact. So just management of individual mobile home park spaces, the general design, management, and siting of pedestrian walkways, and similarly the garbage disposal and container design, maintenance, and siting requirements. There is also issues in the mobile home park bylaw that addresses their senior level government legislation, as well as separate regulatory standards, more specifically the BC Building Code, Plumbing Code, and the CSA standards that are applied to different types of manufactured homes. And also reference to ensuring that designs are being done in accordance with good engineering practice, which is quite vague. And then lastly, we do see that there are other elements of the bylaw that could be addressed through the zoning bylaw or subdivision servicing bylaw. Again, mandating community water and sewer connections through zoning, addressing sewer and water system designs through servicing, as well as fire hydrants. And if we want to keep amenity and recreation area requirements, we would be doing that through the zoning bylaw. And lastly, designs of internal roadways and access could be done either through the zoning bylaw or subdivision servicing bylaw. And I do just want to touch on that last point a bit more. So as we know, public roads are ordinarily regulated in terms of their design and specifications as per Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure requirements. In the case of mobile home parks, these aren't actual formal dedicated roadways, and in that regard, they're not actually held to the same standards that would otherwise be applied to public roads that are administered by the ministry. So in that regard, we do see that there is some merit in retaining internal roadway provisions, particularly to address any health and safety concerns regarding access for emergency vehicles, and also mitigating any issues that we could have with the potential size and density of mobile home parks in the future. And I just wanted to give one example here, which is the Peachcliff Estates in Area D. So it's kind of hard to see, but the area that's not shaded in yellow is the older portion of the manufactured home park. So it was established prior to the manufactured home park regulations bylaw. And the area shaded in yellow is a newer portion that was constructed, I believe, in 2014-ish. It's a bit difficult to see, but you can kind of tell that there are quite narrow roads kind of right along that western edge, that access point, as well as what we would consider to be subpar cul-de-sacs. Meanwhile, on the other end, there are the presence of curbs, as well as what we would consider to be complete cul-de-sacs and slightly wider internal roadways there. And then just as another example, you can kind of see in a closer up photo here, no curbs on the top. That's an older portion of the park. And then that completed cul-de-sac with curbs on the bottom. And then despite the permissive zoning in the low density residential manufactured home park zoning, which is the RSM1 zoning, as I mentioned, a manufactured home park permit would be required. We do have 12 existing RSM1 parcels, 11 of which are generally considered to be non-conforming. So they were all established prior to the manufactured home park bylaw coming into effect, one of which has not been developed yet, and that is just southwest of Caledon. We haven't had many manufactured home park permits issued. We haven't actually had any in the last 5 years, and the most recent one was issued in 2018. And these all related to existing operations, particularly just an amendment or update to the plans that had currently been undertaken. And this includes the manufactured home parks outside of Gallagher Lake, Tumbleweed, which is right outside of Oliver, as well as Peachcliff Estates. And then just a little bit more information before I get into the options. I did want to point out that 3 of these parcels are within the agricultural land reserve, which greatly restricts then any future expansion or amendment to the existing park plans. That would require a non-farm use or non-adhering residential use type application with the commission and approval from them in order to make any changes there. Additionally, in terms of existing servicing, only 4 of these parcels are wholly or partially within community sewer areas, and 5 are within community water service areas. So similar to the campground bylaw options, your options that we're presenting would be to repeal the manufactured home park regulations bylaw, so therefore removing the requirement of getting a permit in order to make updates to an existing manufactured home park or establishing a new one. An option would be to retain some of the standards within the zoning and subdivision servicing bylaws. A second option would be then to retain the manufactured home park regulations bylaw, but simply amending it so that would maintain then the requirement of obtaining a manufactured home park permit prior to making any changes or amendments to your manufactured home park plans. Though there is the ability there to review any mechanisms that we think are insufficient currently to review some standards. And lastly, you do have the option to maintain the status quo. And then similar to our last recommendation, we are recommending to repeal the manufactured home park regulations bylaw now that we are moving forward with the new subdivision servicing bylaw, but require that manufactured home parks be connected to community water and sewer systems and maintain various access and internal roadway design standards within the zoning and subdivision servicing bylaws. And with that, I think we can try to answer some questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our managers here? Bearing in mind, we have a couple of motions to make too. Director Coyne Sr., Director Fratigo after that.
So if I get this right, we couldn't have them, any more manufactured home parks that weren't connected to city sewer or water? Is that correct?
Ms. Blumfeld? Or, pardon me, Ms. Dong?
I might take that one. So to the chair. So,
Go ahead.
So in response to the question, we would be proposing two things: that the requirement mandating that a mobile home park or a campground be connected to water and sewer become a zoning regulation, and that the design of that particular system then be addressed through the subdivision servicing bylaw. And I appreciate that there's overlap between the previous discussion on private utilities and how then would a manufactured home park accomplish that. If it's able to connect to an existing community water system that's local government run, that'd be great. And again, I don't want to presume anything in relation to private utilities, but hypothetically, if the board took a position of prohibiting private utilities and a new campground or mobile home park wanted to connect to an existing one, the board would have that oversight role through the DVP process to determine if that was suitable or not.
So, you lost me, Chris. But
oh, sorry. Okay. So, in a nutshell, they would still have to connect.
We have only a couple of mobile home parks that aren't in town, and they wouldn't be able to do anything more, or they wouldn't be able to. Nobody would be able to build one because there's no land around town that's close that you could build one. There's just no flat places to put one. So that would eliminate basically in area H the ability to have any more mobile home parks. Is that in a nutshell?
Mr. Garish?
Short answer, if I'm understanding correctly, there's no more existing capacity within parcels already zoned for manufactured home park, in which case, if somebody wanted to do a new manufactured home park, they'd have to come to the board, get into a rezoning approved. And of course, one of the questions we're going to be asking them at the rezoning stage is how do you propose to service it, right? So the board would have that ability at rezoning to determine if this is something they want to see happen.
Okay, thank you.
Really answers it, but Director Frigo, please.
Yep, thank you through the chair. While we're looking at campgrounds and then being moved over into zoning bylaw, is it possible to look at or entertain the idea of larger parcels like the small holdings, kind of 3 and above, or large holdings or ag to allow for campground use? So there are other regional districts that do allow for up to 10 units, I guess, as a campground permitted in those zoning uses.
Mr. Garish, please.
So for the board's benefit, when we were doing the work leading up to the consolidated zoning bylaw, when we got to the tourist commercial zones, we highlighted for the board at that time that there was no consistent approach to campgrounds. It was varied by electoral area. And in order to get some consistency as we move towards a single zoning bylaw, we asked the board for direction on that very question. And so the direction we received was to create the existing, I believe it's CT2 zone, which is our campground zone. And that's what we apply to existing campgrounds. Now, certainly, I mean, the question that we were hoping to get direction on today is in relation to these two regulation bylaws. But if the board has a desire to look at where campgrounds are allowed more broadly, I would say that's a different zoning question that we could certainly entertain in a separate process.
Thank you. Any other questions for our delegates? Being none, do we have any motions to be made? There's 2 recommendations there, but does anyone care to make them? Director Taylor? Are you moving a motion or asking a question,
No,
sir?
my colleague to the right here has a question for you.
Director Barkwell, please.
Thank you, Chair. I share Mr. Coyne Sr.'s confusion about the whether and how new mobile home parks will be established. Does this limit the establishment of new mobile home parks or introduce new hurdles for them? Because my other question was, we haven't had any applications for 5 years yet. We have a bad need for housing, a terrible need for housing, and these are what you might call affordable housing. So is our regulation inhibiting the development of more mobile home parks, and how does this all go together?
Mr. Garrison and Director Coyne Jr., please.
At least at a staff level, the way we understand it is we have multiple bylaws which are dealing with servicing issues, and we can maintain multiple bylaws, or we can look at streamlining and consolidating those bylaws down into one. What to me sounds like the larger strategic question is, where do we want manufactured home parks, and do we have enough space zoned for that? Which to me is not really a servicing design issue. It's more of a growth management OCP zoning issue. And if the board's concerned that there's not enough land already zoned for low density residential development, I mean, we can certainly discuss that with you and look at options. But I don't think this is a servicing question, not a, do we need more land for manufactured home park question.
Okay, Director Coyne Jr., please.
I think he has a follow-up. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. So it wouldn't necessarily require a new mobile home park to hook up to an existing community services, say in Princeton, the water system or something. They could establish their own community water system. And I think that's the question, right? That was Mr. Coyne was asking.
Okay. Oh.
Go ahead, Mr. Garrett.
Okay, so I'll clarify that currently the requirement is that a manufactured home park connect to community water and sewer. We're not proposing to change that. We're proposing to maintain it. But I get that there's a crossover with the previous discussion around private utilities and how are you going to allow that to happen, right? So they're already required to connect. With the other discussion, is it to a private system or is it going to be to a community system?
So that was going to be my question. So now with the last motion, so you take something halfway to, say, Summerland, up on the Princeton Summerland Road, and I know somebody who's looking at this option. And so we would be putting in a water system and a sewer system for a possible mobile home park if that was there. This is my concern.
Mr. Garrett, please.
Okay, well, so I guess my first response would be we would obviously be looking at what does your OCP say about growth management and where does it want to see low density residential development occur? And, with the private utility discussion previously, although it's saying or purporting to prohibit, every landowner has a right to come before the board and ask you to reconsider that. And so the question for the board in that situation would be, if it's out on Princeton Summerland Road, are we happy or content to allow for a private system to be created to facilitate this manufactured home park? In which case you could issue a development variance permit to do that.
Director Monteith, please.
And through the chair, in your presentation, you mentioned that some campground regulations were different in each electoral area. What are the differences?
Garrett, please.
Well, that was the case back in 2017 before we did the update in anticipation of the new zoning bylaw, but it was varied from sorry, the question was campground or manufactured campground? Both. Okay, well, it was varied based on number of units per hectare, minimum hectare size requirements. Some required less than a hectare to establish a campground. Some required more than 2 hectares to establish a campground. Some of them had a different range of uses that could occur within a campground versus others. It was just simply a campground only zone. And so that's what we brought to the board and asked, what do we want this to look like going forward and get a consistent approach to it.
Lovely. Any other questions? Director Coyne Sr., please.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we just stay with the status quo at this point in time until we have further discussion on this at a future date. I think we're getting a little bit carried away here. With the housing crisis that's going on right now in our province, I would love it if somebody would come and put in a manufactured home park here. And if we have to go to different variances and come back, it just costs more money and takes more time. So for the present time, I'd just like to see it as status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? I'll second it. Are there any other questions at this point? Director Pendergraft, please.
I think under the existing rules, we would still be asking for a variance to create a mobile home park. So I don't know that this is gaining anything. The status quo is still going to have every hoop to jump through.
Well, to the extent I can comment on that, it's if somebody is already pre-zoned for manufactured home park, they can't proceed unless they get a manufactured home park permit. And that manufactured home park permit requires the provision of community water and community sewer, a road network to a certain standard, minimum size of pad for space. And that's what we'd be looking for. Now, if they don't have zoning, then they have to come into the board for a rezone, and you have the opportunity to say yes or no to that.
Director Gattens, please.
Thanks, Chair. I hear the concern from Director Coyne for sure, both Director Coynes for sure. I just keep thinking about the systems that we're taking over when they're near their end of life and how they're not built up to a standard. And when we have a developer coming in and that developer has, 10 lots in mind and they build up to that, but then subdivision happens and then this creep kind of happens. And then all of a sudden we've got this sort of failing system. So in this, for me, sounds like if somebody wanted to build a manufactured home, they'd have to, and if there wasn't a community water system already in place, something like a Falder well type system would have to be developed that is overseen by the regional district and by our engineers. And is that accurate, my understanding?
Mr. Garish, please.
Sorry, can I just get clarification on the question?
Yeah, so I'm just thinking like if you want to come in and build a manufactured home park for 80 homes and you need to develop a system for them to get their water and have their sewage taken care of, would the RDOS then be the ones that would be responsible for that water system if they wanted to build a park? Like how we're saying now about we can either go private or we can go to a community. It doesn't mean you have to hook up all the way to Princeton or the nearest municipality, but like Falder is a standalone water system. West Bench, well, never mind, that's a bad example. Anyway, there's more examples of where they're standalone, but they are overseen by the regional district and maintained by the regional district. That's sort of the idea that you're putting in with the previous conversation that we had about it not being private. Water systems. Am I understanding this correctly?
Garish?
I'm going to have to apologize because I'm having a hard time, but so we would like the permit would be a snapshot in time saying at this particular date, as you're preparing your manufactured home park, you've complied with all the relevant regulations, and that's the end of the roll for us if it's a private system servicing that manufactured home park. So I know we didn't have it on the screen, but there's a large manufactured home park zone between Cleedon and OK Falls. It's outside the water service area. It's outside the sewer service area. I can never see us extending our services, at least in the foreseeable future, to this property. So how else can it develop a manufactured home park unless it's a private system? The board could sign off on that, but then how they run that system going forward is entirely up to them, and there's no role for us in that, if that answers your question. Yeah.
Director Monteith.
Thank you. Through the chair, are we talking about Twin Lakes? Or where in Cleedon?
It's on the east side of the road at the turnoff to St. Andrews. It's vacant land at the moment. Looks like agriculture.
Okay. It seems like this collides squarely with the public utilities law as opposed to the campground and subdividing law proposal. I'm just wondering if we got, one's kind of in front of the other. I'm not sure we're in the right place with this at this point. No comment from Mr. Garish. Okay, we'll leave that.
Yeah, I think you raised the right point there, Chair. We're muddying the waters a bit. We're worried more about what the previous conversation than this. I just think we have an opportunity to provide greater clarity by consolidating these. We have an opportunity to get rid of bylaws that has a lot of ambiguity and streamlining the process. So I can't really support the motion as it is right now. I think, yeah, let's move ahead with this and deal with the sewer thing under the sewer regulations.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, let's call the question on this. All in favor? Opposed? the nays have it, so the motion fails. That, does that leave us with a need for another motion? Director Holmes, I think you kind of brought that one into reality.
I'll move the administrative recommendation.
Seconded, Director Pendergraft. Any discussion at this point? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Good. I think we've kind of used up any available time. I'm not sure that we need two motions. I guess we're going to cover both of these with the one. At that point, do we have any comments before I ask for a motion to close this meeting? No comments? All right. We need a motion to pardon me, Ms. Malden, please.
Sorry, for clarification, what was just passed was item D, correct?
Yes.
Okay, is item E up for consideration?
I was under the impression we were going to do them both together at once.
Wording is very different on both.
I'll move the administrative recommendation for the one I haven't already moved.
So can we just do it over? Like, let's deal with D and then let's deal with clearly. Let's deal with D and then let's deal with E separately. I think we need to have
Fair
a vote
enough.
on.
We have a motion on the floor then from Director Holmes on item D. It was seconded by Director Pendergraft. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing one opposed, Director Coyne Senior. That motion carries. Now we're looking for another motion on item E. Mr. Director Holmes. Nope.
I'll move the administrative recommendation.
Very good. Seconder, Director Pendergraft. Any discussion? Seeing none. Call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing Director Coyne Senior, Director Coyne Junior, and yeah, motion carries it. With that, I'll look for a motion to come out of Planning and Development. Director Gettens, second to Director Frederigo, all in favor? I'm sure no one's opposed, but go ahead. Any unopposed? Thank you. Back to Chair Pendergraft, please.
Okay, I think we're going to have to just grab a plate and come back. And we will start, though, let's say at 12:40. Give us 15 minutes to Collision. Okay, getting a thumbs up here. So we'll get started again with the committee meetings. The next one is the Protective Services, and I'll go to Director Roberts to chair that one. Go ahead, please, Director Roberts.
Thank you. We're calling this Protective Services to order at 12:43. Can I have somebody to adopt the agenda? We have Director Gettins and Director Pendergraph. All in favor? Right. Thank you. All right. This is Protective Services Q3 report. Can I refer this to the CAO, please?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'll just refer it right over to Mr. Woods.
Great, thank you, Chair. So I've compiled a number of items into the report as I typically do. I know some of the other managers bring in PowerPoints, but I have quite a few items. So I like to keep them in this format. Happy to speak to any of the items that I don't touch on. I'm usually just sort of hit the tops of the waves and some of the bigger items, but if I miss something, by all means, feel free to ask some questions on that. And if there's items that are not on the list, certainly happy to speak to that as well. Danny, just going to try and scroll down here. What am I doing wrong? Oh, here. No? Thank you, sir. All right, so in the capital project side of our Protective Services branch, we've got a number of bigger projects that have been on for some time now. Willowbrook Fire Hall expansion, which we're helping the chief with, is progressing along. It's really beyond us now. It was doing the award process. The fire hall up at Apex, on the other hand, is one that we're still heavily involved in, also with the fire department and the community there. We reached a point now where we're done to the final design stage and costing, which is pretty exciting. It's been a long process, and so we expect to be moving ahead with the first phase of that project in the spring of next year, because of course we're at the top of a mountain and it's pretty limiting in when we can build. But meanwhile, a number of big steps taking place on the site. That's a Crown acquisition that we worked through the Crown on over the last couple of years. So a number of steps that we need to take with respect to cleaning that site off for the logging component of that and the utilities component for sewer and water, working with the Apex Resort, who owns that infrastructure. So a number of big steps there, but happy to announce that we're at that stage where there's final design and at least some costing associated with it. Completed the Apex 911 tower installation some time ago, so that's an upgrade through the 911 regional service, and a new tower going in at the Willowbrook Fire Hall location. So a bit of a snag there. We had a construction issue with the prime contractor. That's put us back a bit, but we're getting on top of that and making some fixes to it. So happy to move that along. In the world of emergency management, so we certainly had a big year. What was that? July 29th was the Eagle Bluff fire that joined us from the United States and sort of came up very quickly. We've been active essentially since then, so we went for about 2 months of activation in the Emergency Operations Center. So thankful to have lots of very wonderful, capable people in the Emergency Operations Center with us working, but certainly that took a lot of time and effort for the multiple events that happened. We're now in the debriefing stage of those events, so we had agency debrief and then a specific Eagle Bluff debrief on Monday. As we know, bringing out some recommendations for moving forward. That's the goal of that. We can see there we've got Mr. Thompson handling one of the media requests. That was one that we actually brought them in. There was an interest to see what was taking place within an emergency operations center. So that, I believe, was actually a BBC group, believe it or not, that wanted to learn more about fires in Western Canada. So good opportunity to showcase the amount of work and the type of work that takes place behind those closed doors within the emergency operations center. And the amount of media requests that happen during those events is massive. So of course, lots of kudos there for all the team that's involved in that process. So moving out of that, we continue. One of the biggest pieces of our emergency program is the training component. So the 2023 emergency training matrix continues. We did defer some of those, but we're still doing section chief training. We've got this new EOC dashboard software we have, so we're doing some specific training on that. and then actively developing the 2024 training cycle, which will be coming out soon, and hope to present that to the CAO group and the municipal partners and other agencies that we're working on, so they have an opportunity to train with us in 2024. So back to the E911 system. So the board will recall during our EOC activation, we had the consultant come in that did the emergency 911 telecommunications study. That, I'm sure, was a lot to take in. That was a massive undertaking from an engineering telecommunications perspective. A number of capital upgrades that have been proposed, some of which were brought into budget for deliberation this year, which we'll obviously speak more to. But that intention was to get the next 10 years of capital planning for the telecommunications system. So that, again, more to come on that from a budget perspective in the coming months. We actually received a $45,000 grant from the province for the E911 NG system. So that's the next generation. So that's the telecommunications piece that relates more on the texting side of things. So that's certainly a good step, and that was each of the partners received that fund because the government's recognizing, of course, there's a lot of work that has to go into that process. Emergency support services. So this is the team of volunteers and a tremendous group of individuals that step forward, not only just in the day-to-day house fire type of situation, but certainly during major emergencies. So try to put some metrics in there. We had 770 persons, and persons can represent families, but really files, if you will, that these folks assisted during our event. So that within RDOS is within the municipalities, within our regional district boundary. With outside of the RDOS was because, and this is a very interesting indicator, when we have reception centers activated and volunteers in those reception, they can receive people from anywhere. So when we have events like the West Kelowna event and even up into the Caribou in past years, it's an excellent system in that it can receive anybody from anywhere in the province and deal with whatever issue they're dealing with. We put them into the provincial system and then provide them with the services they need. So in this case, we had 1,042 cases that came from outside of the regional district. So, and of course, that's reciprocal. And there's times when somebody might say, and really, this is what we want. If somebody is in a tough space and they need to get out of an area for an evacuation perspective, we want them to go be with friends and family where they're cared for and looked after, and they don't become a ward of the province, so to speak. So in that case, we see people will travel to their family and friends that might live in a completely different part of the province. So this is a nice way to provide that service, get them out of harm's way, and then treat them when they get into the other community. Fire Smart and wildfire preparedness. So this is an ongoing program I'm sure you're all very familiar with. We've moved a number of initiatives throughout the region. Just to refresh your memory, the electoral area H in the town of Princeton is providing direct service for our regional program and the delivery of that. And beyond that, we've continued to have conversations with different fire departments and fire chiefs specifically that have an interest in leading this. So I've noted some of the electoral areas that have fire departments that are now going to take that more primary lead for us in the program. Ultimately, that's the goal. We want communities to be fire smart, and in a perfect scenario, they would develop a community initiative, a committee. The funding that's in place is there to promote that, provide them training, and then that's the sustainable model. So people can lean on that local community group to help them with their programs moving forward. And ultimately, our part of it would just be the administrative component. So lots more on that. One of the activities that was promoted by the fire chiefs in last year's program was the sprinkler protection unit trailer. So this is a physical trailer that gets deployed to various locations that has all kinds of infrastructure in it that can be used for a local fire department that might need to supplement some of their help to do SPU, as it's called, set up on various houses and locations. So that is now just getting deployed right now, that project. I've got a grant section in here I like to keep. We do get a lot of activity from provincial grants for various emergency management components, so I just like to keep a running tab of those, one of which is one bigger one there, which is on the board agenda later for the award of contract, is that $300,000 grant for the extreme heat planning. That's one of the, that's a project that we took on in partnership with a number of jurisdictions there that you can see for municipal partners and some of the Indian bands. So that's a 2022 grant application, but we're now just getting to the award of that contract, a big project that we expect to start here shortly and will probably take place for a number of months. It's doing a deep dive into the various public spaces that we have available that can be utilized for vulnerable populations that are affected by extreme heat situations. So more to come on that. Okay, thanks, Danny. So moving into Q4, we have a lot of items that we have available to update on our emergency response plan. We've got, we are still moving in various learnings from the pandemic era, which can be a part of that plan. And then again, later on the board today, we've got a request for a grant application for funding for hazard, risk, and vulnerability assessment update. Some more details on that coming, but with the change in the Emergency Program Act, there's a number of requirements that will be coming into the EP Act that local governments will have to do, a deeper dive into the requirements of hazard analysis and specific hazard reviews and risk assessments related to those vulnerable populations and related to Indigenous relationships that we have and related to anything that's climate adaptation based. So the fund that we're applying for will allow us to secure a consultant to come in and undertake that work with us and our partners. That's the proposal there. And that is the last one I had to touch on, Chair, unless there's any questions. Thank you.
Director, oh, there you go. Thank you. I see a question from Director Coyne Sr.
Yeah, Mark, you should have been an auctioneer. You go so quick, I kind of get lost sometimes in there. But
right.
When you talked about the Fire Smart stuff, is there funding still going to be available next year to carry on what we started out here this year? It went over so amazingly well out here this past year that just curious if we still are going to have funding for that for next year.
Mr. Woods?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The program will be the same as it was last year. We're always 1 year behind, so to speak. So we've applied for funding for 2023, this past iteration. So we'd be applying for 2024. And yeah, so the goal there, so Carrie Reese, the coordinator, as well as the involved chiefs, they met and went through the proposed grant application together. And if there's any, last minute changes, by all means, that we can take a look at that. But yes, the program will sustain as far as we can see for at least 2 years.
Good, thank you.
Perfect. Anybody else have a question for Mr. Woods? I see Director Conodal.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Woods, we're going to have to sit down and have a chat about your tower. That's got an 8-foot hole in the ground for almost 2 years now. So there really hasn't been much going on with it. And it's now impacting our building program. So, I'm not going to add any more cost to this fire hall expansion. So we need to clear that up. Personally, I suggest that you cover that hole up, problem and all, and come back to it as you've been doing so far at your leisure, because it's moved very, very slowly for the last 2 years. Thank you, sir, and I look forward to booking a meeting with me.
So I'm assuming that is a statement, not a question.
Pretty close.
Anybody else have a question for Mr. Woods? I do have a question. Your hand's still up, Director Conodal. My question is in regards to $300,000 the heat emergencies, and I see, of course, dealing with like the community of Karamias. We got the Upper and Lower Similkameen Indian Band. Now, my question is this something that's going to tie into some of like our small hamlets and communities that are surrounded and integrated with Crown land? Because again, the ongoing issue in the electoral areas is, of course, the fire smarting of Crown land. Is that something that is a part of the discussion?
Yeah, so really to summarize, the intention of the extreme heat grant was for local governments to consider the options they would have to provide assistance to anyone that might be in a vulnerable circumstance during that extreme event. So they might be the unhoused, they might be someone who is age in place and has never put infrastructure in to deal with that extreme heat. And with that understanding of that population, then what do you have to support them in the process? So your local community center, what's its availability? Can you open up the arena? Can you take those facilities and provide new AC infrastructure that you would have maybe not thought of? Again, you might use a rink in the wintertime, and in the summer it's like, it's an available space, but we don't need to make it too cool. Well, in this case, maybe you do, so that it can sustain 2,000 people during the day when it's most hot. And then the other part of it is the logistics associated. So how do you bus them around, or how do you even get to know who they are? So what community groups are there that are tapped into those populations? So it's a pretty broad view of what the hazard would bring out, and then how will you deal with it from an infrastructure and logistics perspective. So it's pretty vast.
Also, thank you. It's more, a heat emergency as it's stated, like the heat dome versus fire smarting. So then to follow up on my question is then in regards to the fire smarting that you're looking at going towards grants for 2024, have you seen any changes? Because there's been a lot of discussion even at UBCM about, different levels of government working together to be able to fire smart. And working with First Nations. Is that something that is in some of the granting process that you're looking at now?
The Fire Smart program is intended to really support community groups and homeowners to fire smart their property. Ideally, you get enough of that work done within fire-prone neighborhoods that the issue's dealt with. The bigger impact has to come from interface fire reduction. So we did that a number of times over the years when the province and the federal government made money available to the regional district to do that. We haven't had that fund available to us in a number of years. So there's a lot of talk at the local government staff level up to the program folks about whether or not that becomes an opportunity for us again. So to go in and do a 2-kilometer swath adjacent to a neighborhood, and Rose Valley in West Kelowna is an example where we just saw that fire happen and they had undertaken work. Heritage Hills is an example for us where we had undertaken work. And when the Christie Mountain fire came in, we saw that fire come out of the ground, drop to the ground, and then they could deal with it. That's true interface fire reduction. And we certainly want to see more of that. And it's very costly. It's time consuming. It's almost all on Crown land. So the current program allows us to look at local government owned lands. So if we have vast tracts of land that are in those fire prone areas, we can apply for funds and go in and do that work. So we've done it in some of our park spaces, in some of our publicly owned lands that are in those fire prone areas. Like, just to go do the work is one thing, but it's possible it's not really a fire prone area. So we still have our community wildfire protection plan, which we developed a number of years ago, which gives us guidance. It's essentially like an official community plan, but for wildfire protection. That hasn't changed. We know where the risk zones are. So if and when the provincial government, the federal government made funds available, we could go right to that mapping essentially and find one of the most prone areas to do the work on. It's just really comes down to funding.
Thank you. I had Director Taylor and then Director Monteith.
Okay, I'm just wondering, there's, wildfires, well-recognized hazard, and they seem to be providing some funding for mitigation work. And I'm wondering, is there a parallel that can be made through discussion with SILGA and UBCM about the way they're approaching that and how we might approach flood?
Mr. Woods?
Certainly SILGA is a good option for advocating for funds. I think it'd be hard to find anyone that would disagree that there's a fire issue out there related to fuel loads So dealing with that at the right time is the appropriate way to mitigate the potential disaster. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by the parallel to flooding.
It just seems there's opportunity to do remedial work to prevent flood risks or lower flood risks. And if we could get, it's maybe even the same department to just look at their waters and streams in a similar light as they look at wildfire.
Yeah, so great point. And so the significant difference here is with the potential crown wildfire. The BC Wildfire Agency puts that fire out. The BC government owns it, and they are providing us with, and have provided us with funding to go mitigate the issue without saying after you do it, you own it. So legally speaking, in the world of flooding and flood mitigation world, we've heard the term orphan dikes, like these spaces that have these infrastructure that have been built and then everyone stepped away. What we've been told is that in the event as a local government, you go in and you build infrastructure in the rivers, the creeks to mitigate, you own it. So now you become essentially a diking management organization under the Diking Act. So by putting that infrastructure in place, you now have to maintain it and ensure that it meets the standards. And therein lies it is the challenge, because the capital infrastructure that would be required, we have a good understanding what that looks like. We've mapped our streams and creeks and rivers, and we know where the risk exists. We've got defined maps that show us where we should build the infrastructure. The next step to that would be, what does it cost to build it? And then the last and most important step is, what does it cost to maintain it and be a diking authority on behalf of the limited amount of residents that are there? And that's the biggest rub. That's the difference for the provincial government's perspective, is you would become a diking authority if you're doing wildfire mitigation. Thanks for doing the work in the Crown land for us. Very different.
Very, thank you. I'm going to move on to Director Monteith.
And through the chair, last year after the wildfire event, we did an after action event. Is that happening for this year's wildfires? And will we have input into that?
Yes.
That's an affirmative for Mr. Woods. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Woods? Okay, not seeing any. I'm looking at, I'll pass it on back to the CAO then, just in case there's anything else. I don't see anything on my list here.
That's it for you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so can I have a motion to adjourn? All right, see those hands, and everyone else, and everybody in favor? All right, anybody not wanting to leave? No? All right, so thank you. You're adjourned.
Thank you, Director Roberts. We now go to Community Services, and I go to Director Monteith for this one.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So I'd like to call the meeting of the Community Service to order. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. So moving on to item B, which is the report to the CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And we'll just go right to Mr. Woods, and looking at time, we'll just ask him to hit the high points.
But I thought I had to slow down. I was moving too fast the last time. No, I will do that. Same model here, folks. So by all means, if there's questions, please let me know. We have a number of public spaces that we have, and I put some photos in here just to show. We spend a lot of time working with some of the agencies and organizations that put on some really wonderful events. So this one we see down in Okanagan Falls, the Ultra Swim and Grand Fondo. And so we have a wonderful group of folks that work with these different agencies. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and booking the facilities and providing them with support. So that's a good step. We had a lot of activity with our physical activity trailer, Pat, moving around. So as much as we had busy seasons with wildfires, we still like to get out in some of those communities. So lots of good activity there. Moving through, I'm going to touch on in the Similkameen, the Similkameen Rail Trail. I've talked to the local directors, but just for the board's knowledge, we have a big section of former railway that has we've got a lease on that space through the province, and this is that we have a rail trail network. We talked about the KVR, but we also have the Smilkameen Trail. So we were able to build a fairly large section of that trail. However, there are 2 parcels that are still under dispute with adjacent landowners. So I can say that we've completed our portion of that negotiation. So ultimately, as a tenant, we are essentially saying we'd like to use it for public trail purposes, and these other landowners have their own intentions. So we've come to what we think is an amicable solution, and we've submitted that to the province. So we're hopeful that that can be resolved soon, which would allow us to go ahead and complete those 2 primary sections in the Similkameen. And this is really right in the Costin area and in close to Kiramias. So pretty happy with that. We hope we get a good solution, but more to come on that. We have a pretty amazing structure, the Caledon Hotel structure in Caledon, and that's a regional park asset. So we've been undertaking assessment work of that building for some time. The geotechnical component is done, so it's a very special, very old historic structure. So first step, making sure that the ground and everything is stable. And beyond that is the structural component. So we're just wrapping that up with engineers now, and we'll look forward to discussing that with the community in the coming weeks and months. So that was a big step for us to get taken care of. Adria Tunnel, another significant KVR trail asset. So a lot of fantastic work happening with the volunteers and the community group that stepped forward on that. They're up into the 750,000 range for funds raised and in-kind support raised. We've got a grant application in to you later today at board. This is to apply for the Red Up grant, which some of you might be familiar with, to do some work leading up to Adria Tunnel. So just to support that. So more coming on that, but just so everyone's aware, a number of agencies that are working with those folks and ourselves on the Adria Tunnel with the expectation to try our best to get that open next year in the early season. And I probably should point out too that we also had an agreement struck with the community foundation to establish a donation window, if you will, for that particular service. So we thought it was important to pull that away from us and put it into a format that people were familiar with. So we're seeing a lot of donations coming in through that group, which essentially holds it in trust for the purpose of using it on that infrastructure. So, the Okanagan Falls, the Area D Parks Plan, which we're now moving closely into the second phase for. That's a really excellent project that's been bringing the commission together, a number of the members of the community. We've had a good public session. We're getting ready for a second public session here soon, and that's getting a good sense of what the community wants to see with all the many parks they already have and the ones that they want to build in the future, and connectivity and use. So that we hope to have that plan wrapped up by the end of the season for everybody's knowledge. Seacrest Hill Campground. We've had another busy season at the Seacrest Hill Campground. We've got some additional work that we're still doing. We have a license of occupation on that Crown land that we had to do a renewal on. We had that to you at the board some time ago for approval to replace. That asset was actually built off of the land that we had on the map, so to speak. So we've been going through a long process with the government to change the mapping and all of the other requirements. And the reason why that matters is because that's where the camp host site is to be built as part of the plan. So we're hopeful that we can get that site completed soon. So next year we've got a totally complete site. We had the Minister for Agriculture visit us, and thank you to Director Gnodal coming out, and Chair Pendergraft for joining us and hosting the minister. And I think that went very well and was a nice way for us to showcase the work that's been done in that space with the funds that they've made available to us. Another project in Okanagan Falls I want to talk about, and just Danny, if you could just scroll down, I put the graphic there. We have the Cedar Street Spit, as it's called. This is the original earthworks that was put in place many decades ago to go to the landing dock. It had been eroded and fallen into disrepair over the past years, so the community was interested in seeing that rebuilt. So essentially, it's armoring this with huge quantities of rock. So the spit itself was covered in a number of trees and plants, most of which were invasive and are on our list of invasive species that we want removed on all the brochures and advertising. So what we did here, and these are 2 of the 6 boards that were printed and put on site, advertised, of course, but we had them on site because you go into any public space and start taking down trees, even if they're invasive and they shouldn't be there. It gets people's attention. So we had a planting plan that was on another board as well, but this is a rendering that just shows, we wanted to give people a visual of what the intention was for the space and the actual tree species that will be coming back in and plant species, as well as the plan. There's a site plan that was on there. A new one for us, you can see those boxes that are in and around the rocks. Those are called fish lunkers. They're a new project that was done, and we're one of the first organizations to put that out through our environmental specialists. They essentially, when you go back in and reconstruct these spaces, they want to see fish habitat rebuilt, and this is a new design that's been implemented. So through our environmental consultants and the agents we're working with, we've got, I believe, 8 of them located in this spot. So we're very anxious to see how that plays out in the future. So I just wanted to share that as one of the advertising marketing pieces we use, just to try and get people informed as to what we're doing. So cut off some of those phone calls.
Thank you. So I'm just sort of watching time. How
Yeah.
are we?
I can leave it at that, Chair. Thank you very much. Is there any questions, by all means? Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Director Holmes.
I have a question regarding transit, if I may. So at our last Summerland Council meeting, BC Transit came to us with the decision to be made for the regarding UMO, the new electronic fare payment that will be they're introducing, and we were given a choice, kind of a choice at the meeting that to look at either maintaining the current system where you have local fares and regional fares, or there was an option of having a kind of a new combined local regional fare. And as we kind of found out as the meeting went on, that, well, Penticton had already made the decision for us, for the region. And I'm not being critical at all to Penticton Council. They make the decision what's best for Penticton, but they decided to maintain the current system, which basically means we're maintaining the current system. And I felt that it would have been helpful if we could have had that discussion with BC Transit first here at this table, to understand what the opportunities might have been to have a one fare for the whole region. So I just say that as observation, and I guess BC that'll be coming to us at some point anyway. The rollout of the electronic fare payment.
Thank you. I don't know if we need a follow-up or just more of a comment.
I would just add, Chair, that the goal is always to have BC Transit, because we are in a partnership with them and we represent our municipal partners. The goal is always to have them come to this board in the same time frame. That didn't happen, and certainly I could follow up and find out if that's something they're proposing. There's, of course, BC Transit has direct relationships with Summerland and Penticton as well for 2 fairly big systems, and Princeton as well. So they have an overlap of staff at BC Transit, staff in the various agencies, and when they're coordinating that. So we'll certainly reach out and see if we can have them come in and inform the board to that.
Thank you. Director Gilbert?
Thank you. Through the chair, just one question. I was just wondering if there's been you talk with the Penticton Area Cycling Association in regards to the management and maintenance of the Three Blind Mice mountain bike trails.
Mr. Woods?
Three Blind Mice mountain bike trails all sits on Crown land. The regional district has no jurisdiction on that. We weren't part of the tenure. I'm not even certain actually who does. I believe PACA, as they're called, played a maintenance role originally through the Ministry of Forests office out of Vernon. But we're not involved in that one.
All right, Director Knodel.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to thank Mark for the fine work done on the Seacrest camp, and just remind you that I'm asking the town of Oliver to join in the joy of paying for this project. But on that point, I'd ask for some data, and hopefully you'll get a hold of the manager and correlate that data. I did get those numbers from him when we had the meeting there, but that was quite preliminary. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And final question to Director Barkwell.
Excuse me, just back to the topic of transit. You might be interested to know that since we've made our bus route free, which it's gone up about, ridership's gone up about 55% so far. And that's only 3.5 months worth of data. We'll see what the winter brings, but it's a good way to get people on the bus.
Thank you. If there is no further business, I would like to make a motion to close this meeting. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. To the chair, please.
Thank you, Director Monteith. That brings us to Environment and Infrastructure, and I go to Director Gettens for that one. Go
Great,
ahead,
thanks,
please.
Chair. We've got about 12 minutes to get us on board for the board meeting, so I'm going to go pretty quickly and call for the meeting to order, and then I'll get a motion to approve the agenda, please. First and second, all in favor? Any opposed? Right over to you, CAO.
And right over to Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I won't get into any of the details and I'll just take any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Ms. Bloomfield? I'm not seeing any. Nope. Ms. Bloomfield, I really appreciate how you laid it out with the yes and are we on track and everything like that. It was pretty clear. So, see no questions? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I will go now back over to the CAO to introduce the solid waste Q3 report.
Yeah, Mr. Reader's just coming up for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. When you're ready, Mr. Reader.
Sure, I'll just cover some of the major projects, and if there's any questions for the remainder, I can certainly answer those as well. So the main ones, just to let everybody know, we've issued RFP and awarded a contract for a solid waste management plan, so that'll be undertaking fairly soon. Fairly significant document, as that's our strategic plan for all solid waste and how we manage those wastes and divert those wastes. So that's underway, and we'll be bringing things forward to the board in short order. We also issued an RFP for the Organics Processing Center. That's on hold for the award until the rezoning process is completed. That process, we've undertaken a series of meetings, one open house, one informational meeting. Plus, we provided some information on our web pages to hopefully answer any questions that folks have. The rezoning process itself should be completed shortly. That's mainly being spearheaded with our folks from our planning department, but we're assisting. And then the big one is that we've issued an RFP for the collection of refuse, recycling, and organic waste throughout the regional district. And that's been working with our partners, so that's with the member municipalities. And the intent there is that we're able to utilize the infrastructure multi-jurisdictionally in order to reduce costs. So that's been a real very positive regional project, and that's been released, and we will be bringing fairly shortly the results of those proposals to the board for consideration.
Great.
I'll answer some questions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah, please, Director Bush.
Yeah, so regarding Karamis landfill, did we manage to get fill from the Lower Smokeman Indian Band when they're doing their school project, or did they do something else?
Mr. Reader?
We have asked that we've offered to take that waste or those soils for free, and we never heard back from the contractor. So I don't know what they're doing with those materials.
It looked to me like they just leveled it off, raised it up, and I don't think there's going to be any extra fill.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Reader, please? Okay. Well, that was pretty quick then. So seeing no questions, I will, and there's no further business, I take it. I'll get a motion to close the meeting, please. Thank you. Second, all in favor? Any opposed? And now y'all got 8 minutes till 1:30. Not bad, hey?
Very good, Director Gettens. You caught us up and then some. We do have to wait till 1:30, I think, for the advertised time of that regional hospital, but then we'll go to Director Johansson at that time.
He just ran away.
Yeah. Danny, are we good to go? Okay, if we could make our way back to our chairs, we will get started here, and I'll turn it over to Director Johansson.
Okay, I'll call this meeting of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order at 1:30 p.m. and I look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved, second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Look to adopt the minutes. The motion is that the August 17th, 2023 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District be adopted. Moved, second. Any further discussion on those minutes? Call the question. All in favor? Opposed, motion is carried. We'll move right to our delegation. We've got Madeline Silig-Wong, Executive Director, Clinical Operations, South Okanagan, and Jana Abetkoff, Director of Primary Care, South Okanagan, and they're here to provide us with a presentation on the UPCC, the Martin Street UPCC, and take some questions after that. So I will pass it over to Madeline.
Great. Can you guys all hear me? Okay, excellent. So thank you very much for inviting us here today. So we prepared a few slides, and we had some discussion ahead of time about what this group might want to hear. So we think we've put together just enough information, a little bit of background. Some of you may not have actually been here for the previous presentation, as well as we've highlighted some utilization data, as well as some successes and ongoing challenges that we're having. And then we've allowed some time for questions. Anything that we can't answer, we'll certainly take away. Anything we can't answer, we'll just be happy to do that here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Jana to lead us through the presentation. She has the direct operational oversight for this area and is going to take us through her slides.
Great. Thanks, Madeline. Really nice to be here in person. Actually, I've presented to this group a couple of times, and this is the first time I've been able to be here and present. So nice to see your faces. I'm Jana Abetkoff. I'm the Director of Primary Care. I've been in the role for a couple of years, and one of my areas of my portfolio includes the Penticton UPCC and its operations. So I just want to begin by acknowledging and recognizing that we're meeting today, and very honored to be on the Silks Nation, where we live and all work together and conduct our business. You'll see here as I get into the slides, I just tried to give a little bit of background on the UPCC so there's a clear understanding sort of where we've come from and what our direction has been. So really the goals of the UPCC are to improve access to primary care, and that's partly through attachment. So making sure that people have a consistent and reliable provider that looks after their full spectrum primary care needs, and we call that from cradle to grave, so throughout the entire lifespan. And when we speak about access, that means that when you're attached to your primary care provider, you have the opportunity to get in to see them. So a reasonable time frame from the onset of illness or injury to being able to actually see your provider. And overall, really the intent is to augment the primary care services that already exist within the community, so that we're supplementing and augmenting rather than duplicating. And this slide really speaks to that. So in the center, you'll see, as always, we try to put the patient at the center of things. We have a team that works inside of a provider's clinic. Those are owned, like independently owned and operated clinics. There would be a doctor, nurse practitioner, a medical office assistant, and such. The primary care network wraps around those patient medical homes and supplements them with interior health team members. So that could be a dietitian, a nurse, a social worker, and they all work within that patient medical home to support access and attachment. And then we have all of our other services wrapped around the primary care network. So that would include our specialized services in the community, such as home health and mental health and substance use, et cetera. We have our hospitals and our diagnostic services. We have health centers and our long-term care services. And in that realm is where the urgent and primary care center sits. So this slide speaks to some of the key attributes, so some of the key requirements or aims of the UPCC. So again, that it's integrated into the larger view of primary care services, and it augments. We really aim to have same-day access to those services for people who are non-emergent. So it is intended to be sort of that sub-emergency department service. That we have extended hours, so they're not just the banker's hours, sort of Monday to Friday, 9 to 5 kind of thing, but we have evenings, weekends, and holiday services. It's a team-based approach, so there are multiple disciplines in the UPCC that can support patient care and take care of a multitude of illnesses, injuries, and needs. And the patient's always at the center as we aim to do that. And again, continuity of care, so we're really aiming to attach patients, and we'll explain a little bit about how we do these things in our UPCC in a moment, that it's coordinated and again, utilizing that full team-based care approach, and that it's comprehensive. So we're looking at the entire person and the whole as far as what they need, and making sure that there's appropriate follow-up. So there's been a lot of transition over the last couple of years, and I think we have some confusion in the community about what's what. So over on the left side, where it says downtown MHSU, that is where the former Martin Street Clinic, outreach clinic, was located. In the as we were working towards opening and planning for the Penticton UPCC, the providers at Martin Street agreed to join the UPCC to provide that longitudinal portion of care. So they moved over to the Penticton UPCC, which you see on the right, and we hired a team of multidisciplinary team members to wrap around those patients and provide that service. We still had the space on the left-hand side, and we turned that into downtown MHSU. So it's a satellite site to our Penticton Health Center, where we have mental health and substance use clinicians working from and seeing patients to support their needs as well. It does work very nice because we are quite integrated with mental health and substance use, and the patients have the opportunity to, within a very short distance, see either their primary care providers and the team at UPCC, or see the specialized team at MHSU, and sometimes that all happens at the UPCC. So a little bit of definitions here. So our mandate from the ministry around the UPCC was to provide longitudinal care to a very specialized population. So those are, and this is, again, the name challenges. So we've really transitioned the providers, who are known as the Martin Street Outreach Center Association, and the patients over to the UPCC. So it still is referred to as the Martin Street Outreach Center to our patients. And so we try to keep that as consistent as we can for their sake and for the community's sake. So you'll hear it often referred to as Martin Street. These folks have moderate to severe mental health and substance use challenges, along with the physical challenges and chronic illnesses that go along with some of that. They don't really fit into the traditional medical model in a traditional patient medical home or physician's clinic. And they have specialized supports and services that they need in order to recover and to live well in the community. And in order to meet those needs, the providers and the team is specially trained. So they're not just frontline entry-level positions per se. They have specialty training and specialty interest in serving this population. So that service is provided Monday to Friday from 8 to 4. And as I mentioned, those folks all moved over from the left-hand side of that picture. The other mandate that we were provided in opening the UPCC was to provide urgent care. And that is defined as non-life-threatening illness or injury that requires immediate treatment. So things like, we've listed a few here, lacerations, musculoskeletal injuries, infections, some women's health, and minor, other kinds of minor things. So these are things that are non-emergent primary care needs, and they're open to all citizens. So I'm not fitting that requirement of a specialized population, so and open to anybody who needs it. And this service is provided Monday to Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. and on weekends and statutory holidays from 12 to 6. So this is some of the utilization data that we've prepared for you, so you can get a sense of who we're seeing, how many people we're seeing, and in what time frames. So under period 6, that basically goes until, that's from January to June 17th. So for visits for patients who are attached to the UPCC, so those are people who their primary care provider is a team at the UPCC. So year to date, we've seen 3,882 visits. For people who are unattached, so people who don't have a family provider and otherwise would be going to a walk-in or to the emergency department, we've seen 2,208 or 2,208. And visits for patients who are attached but not to the UPCC, we've seen 1,493. And this probably speaks most to that access piece. So they may have a provider that they're already connected to in the community, but they weren't able to access them within that 12 to 24 hour range, and which is perfect for the mandate of the UPCC. And then for encounters outside regular business hours, there were 4,510. And so that, when we say outside of the business hours, that's really the urgent care portion of the service. And we also offer virtual services, and year to date, we have done 1,667 encounters that way. And then just going back to the longitudinal attachment piece. So at this point, the people who are that designated priority population with mental health and substance use, we have 1,257 of those attached to the UPCC for their full spectrum primary care services. I thought this might be interesting to this group. It just outlines by community who's utilizing the UPCC year over year. So I think it makes sense that we have a large portion of those folks being from Penticton. And secondly is Summerland. So I'll let you take a peek through that. Anything that was less than 1% I didn't include. Just wanted to give you kind of a snapshot of the highest users. But you can see that it is folks not just located in Penticton, but throughout the valley and the Similkameen who are coming to the UPCC and accessing services there.
I think what you'll see is that there hasn't been any change substantially since the beginning. The percentage split is almost identical across all of the years. And I also just want to draw back to the previous slide. There's 4,500 patients seen outside of regular hours. That's 4,500 people who didn't have to go to our two emergency departments within, the sort of the hour distance, or I guess 45 minutes from here. So it has served and filled a void for sure.
Okay. So I know that the question of recruitment and provider coverage has been looming. We've been open since April 1st of 2021. The recruitment challenges, similar to all other kinds of areas and sectors, have been challenging. However, I'm very pleased to report that in our staffing model, we've had great uptake and great retention with our interior health staff. The majority of our roles have been filled and have been filled very consistently with very little turnover. And I think that speaks to people's heart being in it for the population that we're serving, and having worked really hard to create an environment where they feel supported and able to do meaningful work. The primary care provider shortage is definitely one of the things that's top of mind for us in terms of working on that. So at this point, we do have vacancies in our family physicians and in our nurse practitioner roles. And the model really is, it is significant work, and they balance that with a number of other areas that they practice. So we have we use the terms like shifts filled or partially filled. So right now we have 2.67 FTE assigned for family physicians and 1.0 for nurse practitioner, and those positions are both partially filled. If I can speak more specifically to that, for the urgent care piece, we hover around about 47% filled shifts for our general practitioners and 64% for our nurse practitioners. And then during the day for our specialty population, we have a 0.5 NP, so he works half-time at the Martin Street Clinic. And then for family provider, we have 52% filled. There's been a lot of successes along the way. I think one of the biggest things is that we've managed to attach almost 1,300 patients, people with very complex histories and experiences in the healthcare system and really high sensitive needs. We've managed to hire on a very stable and committed team, and that turnover has been very low, which really helps in terms of engaging patients. A lot of the work that we do is around engagement and building relationship with patients, so having them be familiar faces to those who walk through the door is really important. We've managed to support 2,200 people who don't have a provider to get service and seek healthcare. We went through accreditation this past year we sailed through that one, which was a huge win on our side. And that's a really important thing from everything from the building to the culture to safety and quality of service. And it's really a patient-centered culture. So we regularly meet and plan our services around how will it make it more inviting for people to come in and receive service so that they can live well in the community. We've tried to build very strong relationships with our partners, both internally and externally, and that includes our nonprofit partners. We've incorporated peers into the team who are extremely important, and again, in that engagement piece and helping people who have a strong degree of mistrust in the system engage in services. We've integrated nurse prescribers with the collaboration of mental health and substance use, again, to support the full range of service for people and utilization of a multidisciplinary team, which is extremely important, especially in this time of a provider shortage. We've integrated the Safe Supply program, which again helps to reach people who are at high risk of overdose. And we've received a lot of positive testimonials and feedback from patients and family members, both through the longitudinal portion and the urgent care side of the service. But every team is not without their challenges, and so we definitely have some opportunities, and that ongoing recruitment of providers is a big one. We will be re-meeting with our physician leads and our NP leads to see how we can best support recruitment of providers and also make sure that we're not just trying to bring new people in, but also keep the ones that we have. A big role that we have also is reducing stigma. We know that that's the #1 barrier for people to access service. So we try to be good neighbors and good community partners and work with services in the area and around the community as well as through the valley. Again, there's lots more opportunity for us to incorporate peers into the program and again, continue to build those relationships with neighbors to ensure that we're accessible and we're safe and that there's lots of confidence in the care that we provide. So those are the slides that we've provided, trying to think ahead about what you might be interested in. But are there any questions that we can answer?
Yeah, there seems to be a few questions. I'll go to Director Gilbert first, Director Kones, Director Roberts after.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a couple questions. The first one is, do we only have 2 primary cares in Penticton, this one here and the Ponderosa one for access to the 2, or do we have other primary cares in Penticton?
Yeah, there are several clinics that participate in the PCN, so Fairview and White Clinic, Ponderosa, the UPCC, and then we have clinics also down in other areas of the south and the Similkameen.
And just to follow up with just seeing some of those numbers there, it seems like a lot of people need a lot of these services that are coming out of this primary care, and there seems to be a lot of wait times and people not being able to get it within those hours. And I was just wondering, one, what is the barrier to recruitment that you're finding for physicians and to ensure that the workload is being dispersed and we're not burning out staff, but also, people are getting taken care of? And is there also bite in Interior Health to produce another one of these urgent primary care centers in the city of Penticton to kind of disperse, the load off of not just one location, but on the other maybe side of the city as well?
That's up. You have me too. Well, the first thing that I was going to say is thanks for the question. These are the things we ponder a lot ourselves. The physician recruitment piece is really interesting. I think just as a point of clarity, in Interior Health actually doesn't necessarily hire the physicians. We don't recruit the physicians. That is actually outside of Interior Health. So we support the work of the divisions and all the initiatives in the province that draw physicians to communities. And we certainly work with our local communities to be able to understand what draws physicians to an area. So we can take back those questions and concerns about that piece in particular. So we're partners in it. We're just not the employers or the recruiters for the physicians to the region.
I will just differentiate with the UPCC in particular. We do contract with them, but we have to draw them into the community, and it's not typical that they would stay just at the UPCC. They supplement their work time in multiple areas, whether it's hospital, long-term care, their own private clinic or other services. So I think part of the strategy really is about building that culture, having it be a place where people want to work. One of the things we know that physicians appreciate is having that multidisciplinary team around them. So I think we've done a lot of the foundational work around that piece. And the next thing is to make sure that we are raising awareness around the need. Because it's a specialized population, it's not just like hiring any GP. They do have to have that background training and knowledge, particularly for prescribing opiate agonist therapies and working. It has to be in their heart also to work with a population who has a lot of challenges and complex needs. But we do that in partnership with the divisions of family practice, like Madeline said, to ensure again that it's a coordinated and integrated approach and that we're not in conflict of each other in terms of the needs of the whole community.
Thank you. Just through the chair, just a follow-up comment. Yeah, I totally understand the recruitment aspect. As a municipality, we try to, how do we recruit? And obviously, I know housing's a big one, right? To ensure, but also I understand the culture of it as well. I know a bunch of doctors who've gone through the residency program, and there seems to be the model of opening up a clinic and going about that is becoming less and less attractive, and they like to go around and do different things to kind of, I guess, have variety in their jobs. So thanks so much. It's good knowledge, and really would love to have that information on how we recruit, more doctors to our community to ensure programs like this continue, and obviously too, to be sure that all the roles are being fulfilled as well.
Yeah, just to go to your second question around the possibility or the vision of expanding to more UPCCs, we don't have any direction around that at this time, and that would be something that would be coming from the ministry. So at this point, there's been no direction or no planning around that piece, and but we will let you know if it comes up sooner than later.
Director Konez?
Hi, thanks for your presentation through the chair. I have a few questions. I think there's a real, you actually mentioned there's confusion in the community about the clinic and where someone should go if they're injured. So I know that my nurse practitioner, I'm so happy to have somebody waited a few years for that, is at Ponderosa, but they're all attached. That's not like this, right? That's not like, yeah, they're all attached. So that's just a doctor's office. So so what I understand is that the clinic remains at MSHU until 5 o'clock. And then at 5 o'clock, it becomes just like Apple Plaza, which is a walk-in clinic, correct? Are you?
Yes, the morning portion, Monday to Friday, is the specialized population, formerly the providers of the Martin Street Outreach Center. They've moved over, and under the longitudinal family practice model, they practice that specialized population. The outside of business hours, so the after 5 p.m. and then Saturdays, Sundays, and stats, I think it's 12 to 6, is that 12 to 6? That is what we would traditionally call your urgent care. So it's similar to a walk-in. That walk-in model doesn't seem to be as feasible anymore, and that was a different contract by the Ministry of Health. That represents what Apple used to be, and it was privately owned, run by a physicians group, and has somewhat petered out in its previous existence. The urgent care is kind of, it's where you might go with those minor lumps and bumps, but that need to be seen within a 24-hour window, not cardiac, not respiratory, nothing that might require a hospitalization or admission, but things that plague and annoy you. You twist your ankle, get burning urinary symptoms, those kinds of things, and your own provider may not be available to be able to see you. This is a perfectly good place to go.
So the urgent care or Apple Plaza, you can't really even get in there. Even I know it's going to be open a little bit longer here, but if you tried to go, you have to get on a list, and sometimes you don't get in the same day. It's really difficult. So this would be the only urgent care center in the whole South Okanagan, really. By Similkameen.
Correct. As a designated urgent care center, Apple Plaza, formerly Apple Plaza, this location's Apple Plaza. That's confusing still. It has been rebranded and has reopened somewhat seamlessly from its previous iteration under different partnership and leadership to provide walk-in services. And I understand that they've been trying to have 2 physicians available during hours that do not overlap with the urgent side of the UPCC, because we do not want any competition, or they don't want any competition with, and to draw physicians and providers away from existing services. So it's designed to be complementary. So if you need something during the day that is of that sort of medical walk-in nature, you may be able to get in. It's a different model than it was before. They have 2 providers working typically, and they're trying to enhance it to more providers, but simultaneously not to expand into the hours of the UPCC. Is that your understanding?
Okay, so how do we get the information out to the people in everywhere? Because people don't really, I mean, it's great you've seen so many visitors through the chair. It's great so many visitors have gone there, but so many patients have gone there. But actually, I bet you just ask anyone out on Main Street here, and they wouldn't even know that it exists for them to go to. Is there a way to advertise, to let people know that this place to go instead of the hospital? Because literally thousands of people that we represent aren't attached to any doctors.
I'll let Jana answer that.
Yeah, no, we can definitely do it more to raise awareness and ensure that people understand what the intent is. I think the piece that's important, and because there are so many people who remain unattached, it is really important that we reserve it for folks who either are unattached or who really urgently need to be seen within 12 to 24 hours and can't get into their designated care provider. But yeah, no, that's a great point. And I think we can take that back definitely to see what we can do to raise awareness further. Yeah.
I was just going to add to one thing. There are a lot of unattached patients within our region. In Penticton alone, the number hovers just over 4,000. And this is people who've registered to be attached. It doesn't include those who don't want to be attached, don't understand what being attached means. And if we take in the broader area that's covered by all of you in this room, we're closer to 8,000 of those people who would like to be attached, who've asked to be attached, but have not been attached. Statistics I heard, they're not my statistics, but I recently heard on as recently as Tuesday evening that the Division of Family Practice owns the number, that we have had a number of new physicians join our communities here, and that we have attached just from the beginning of this year upwards of 800 people. So the attachment is fast when we get a physician. They're building their panels very quickly. And that 4,200 that remains for Penticton, the 8,000 total for the region, will be slowly eaten away as more physicians are drawn to the community and drawn into longitudinal practice by better contracts. And so I think we'll see what I would call a fairly rapid rate of attachment to a certain point.
Director Roberts.
Thank you. Thank you very much through the chair. My question was about and is about statistics. And again, it was more of a burning query in my own mind, because I'm looking at when, let's say, the UPCC was originally thought of and presented. I'm looking at the numbers, and we're talking about attachments and all that. And the reason I bring this up is we look at like the Martin Street Clinic moving into the building there, and the amount of attachments that you have there, which is really great. I'm wondering if there's anywhere in regards to the statistics between maybe the city of Penticton and in regards to IH, like, are these people, like, is the growth in regards to that at need population? Because I know as a paramedic that a lot of times the people that we see in the streets of Penticton are the same people we've treated down on the downtown east side of Vancouver only 2 years ago. And so we see an increase in different levels, different populations, as well as the population growth as a whole. So I'm wondering whether or not there's, like you said, in regards to the doctors coming in, but are we seeing a growth and a pattern of movement of different demographics all coming in at the same time as we're adding more resources, but at the same time we're getting more need? I'm wondering if that's something that's been flagged and seeing outside causation in regards to those particular issues, possibly. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. I think I would be the wrong person to be able to answer that question, and I would hate to speculate. So I can take that away and see whether we can get some information. I'm sure that we do in some way track population trends and movements. So let me take that away.
Director Bush?
Yes, I thought I heard you say there's other facilities like in the Smelcomine and that. Are you saying there's a primary care network like in Kermis or Princeton or?
Yep. So we're
what-
there a little bit further behind, but they're in process.
In the process, because we don't know about it yet.
We know it's in process.
We actually did provide some funding in this year's budget
Yep.
for primary care in Princeton and Kermis.
Yep.
Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the establishment of the UPC kind of coincided with the closing of the walk-in clinic in Summerland. And whether there's a connection there, I guess depends on who you ask. But, and as you spoke about the model of walk-in clinics. But, and increasingly, so if you are an unattached patient in Summerland and you're on the registry, and you finally are attached, find a doctor, most likely you're going to have to come into Penticton. So, you know, we've seen, I mean, it's going back decades now, and it's not just healthcare, but a concentration of services in Penticton. So to access any kind of government services now that you used to be able to access in your home community, you have to leave that community to come to Penticton. And I understand Interior Health just wants to provide the best possible care to people, and I get that. But from a local government perspective, once you start losing amenities from a community, that starts eroding that sense of community. That starts eroding that community. And that's kind of what and now we're seeing that in primary care. And we've been working on in the municipality has been very active with our local doctors, the ones who are left, and Community Foundation. We have I'm sure you're aware of this, a very good partnership model that we're trying to build a primary care center in Summerland. We're so close. We're missing a relatively small amount of money that we've been asking the province to contribute for the capital, for the tenant improvements of the building. And we've met with Minister Dix at UBCM. It is really hard going. It's a slog. Is there anything Interior Health can do to help us?
I know it's really hard, and I can, you know, I oversee areas in Kermis and in Princeton too. It's really difficult and scary for communities to be seeing services changed or moved into neighboring communities in order to consolidate and preserve the staffing models and such like that. I know I'm familiar with the project that you've been working on for the last couple of years. I think it started actually even before I came in to the role. I'm not aware of any direction around the support for or financially supporting that kind of piece, but I think if you're in discussions with the ministry, then that could be something that comes our way, depending on what the outcome is and what their decision is.
Director Graham.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have many questions, but I'm going to keep it to a couple. I'm going to quote here, specialized patients, this population, and then like Director Conant's got into the numbers. So 3,882 represent operating hours between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. And then a small window, 3 hours, represent 2,208. Is there an appetite, or can we not sit and shift it from a model of 8 to 4 to a specialized patients in this population? And I'm not trying to sound cold, but I believe if you look at the data, it shows that if we allowed it hypothetically an 8 till 12 in the specialized, and then a 12 till 4, we're going to get this community and our surrounding communities a lot more care. Now, to a more personal thing, I went to this facility 3 weeks ago. I went at 1:30 in the afternoon, and I pushed the buzzer. They let me in. I went up to the glass. I explained my situation with my throat. The lovely lady said, come back at 5. I said, sounds good. She goes, but we probably won't be able to see you because about 85% of the time, and I'm just quoting the direct staff working at this facility, she told me 85% of the time, we probably won't be able to see you, so come early. Off of that, I was supposed to be there at 5. I came at 4:15, and I didn't get to get in. So this facility, it really needs to be looked at. I have way other questions I'd like to get into, but that's for a different time. But I really think we need to look at this facility, and the numbers will show that this specialized patient and this population, that's great. We need to shrink those operating hours for that specific demographic in this community. And we need to open this facility up that surrounds this entire community of Penticton and the surrounding communities. So that's all I got for right now. Thank you.
Well, first I was going to say thank you first for sharing both your personal experience and your frustration. I will certainly take that back, and Jan and I'll look at sort of what the realities are of the current mandate we have, but we may well be limited in our mandate, and I know Jan is going to speak to that, but I don't want to sort of overlook the frustration, and I can probably guess in this room many of the people have had a similar experience. I personally had a similar experience being new to the community, and it is very frustrating to not be able to access care and know that your need might not be an emergency department need, so you're kind of reluctant to go there, and so you're kind of left in a position, and I can appreciate that is wholly dissatisfying. I'll turn it over to Jan if you had a different answer or more to add.
No, I agree with your comments. I think that's very fair, and I think there is times definitely where we can't see people for a multitude of reasons, and largely because we are still recruiting for our physicians. So if we had a full physician panel, then we would be able to see far more folks. The other thing that I wanted to speak to, though, also is that the numbers and the times relative to from day to evening is disproportionate, but I think the rationale around that is the people that we're serving are very complex, so they are not the typical kind of walk-in appointment and require significant time and support from multidisciplinary teams. So they do take a bit longer to see and to sort through and to build those relationships and that engagement, which kind of helps to understand the data points a little bit. Yeah, not to take away from the concerns of the frustration, but just to add a little bit of context around some of the data, which almost always leads to more questions than answers.
Yeah, and I was just going to follow that up to say that we already do not have enough providers to work the hours that we have. So we're working on that recruitment. And if we were to be able to shift it, we would at this moment probably have more vacancies and again lead to the exact same frustration. So we just need to overall find a way to get more providers into the system that support us. So because we could run more providers simultaneously. It's just at the moment we just don't actually have enough providers for the hours we have. And I think that's actually one of our biggest limitations in this in that urgent care world.
I'll pass it over to Director Gettens for one last question. We have some other important business we need to attend to, so Director
Thanks,
Gettens.
Chair. I'll keep it really quick, and thank you for explaining the patient population and the role with Martin Street outreach coming and moving over. And I think that's part of what the confusion is when we first started talking about the UPCC, we heard a lot about patient attachment. And I think around here we were thinking general population attachment. So when numbers came back and that that there was 1,100 or 1,200 attached, we were thinking that that would be more the general population because those patients were already attached. So it was very good to see it laid out so clearly here because I think that sort of built up a little bit of trust of what actually is happening because I think a large portion of those patients came from Martin Street outreach. But if I'm understanding everything you're explaining now, attachment for the general population is no longer part of the goal of this UPCC. And that's sort of what we were told. Well, that is what we were told last term when we were talking about funding it, about attaching patients. But that's not the mandate. It's just going to be for those high-risk specialized patients are the only ones that will be attached to that clinic. And there isn't attachment for the general population outside of urgent care.
Yeah, that's unfortunate that that was miscommunicated somewhere along the line. Yes, the attachment is specified and allocated for that specialized population and has been since the service plan was approved. I don't even know when that was, 2-3 years ago. So that's unfortunate that that was miscommunicated, but hopefully we, through events like this and raising further awareness, we can try to communicate that and clarify that for the community.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you, Madeline. We'll go into our closed session now. I'll let Jana go.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks for being here and answering some tough questions. The board appreciates the conversation. I really appreciate having the discussion in public as well. I think it's very awesome.
And I think I was going to stay for the next part. I'll just sit back there. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to lay out that there are questions. We're happy to take calls or connect with us so that we can help to break down some of those miscommunications and have things be clear and coordinated for folks.
Especially just-in-time questions are always appreciated.
that you guys would, I have that vision just seared in my.
Danny, could I ask for us to,
Never gonna ask to look at anything.
oh, we've got the thumbs up? Okay, as soon as it turns to 2:30, I'll get us back here. If we could start making our way back to our seats, we'll get started shortly. Give a bell or. Okay, if we could get back to our chairs, we can start. Yeah. The sooner we start, the sooner we end, folks. Guys, let's get going.
Apparently. I'll name drop you.
Do you want me to show up?
Sure.
Just tell me the time and place.
I think it's at 11.
Okay.
11:15 or something. I'm waiting for I have a verbal from the chief of staff, but I haven't got it.
Okay, we will call the Regional District Okanagan-Smokemean regular board meeting to order, but before I ask for approval on the agenda, Director Bush had an announcement that he wanted to give to the board here, so.
Yeah, I just, it's sad news that Mayor, or ex-mayor, sorry, Manfred Bauer passed away here on October 11th. Apparently he was suffering from prostate cancer, and it got into his bones, and there was no cure or anything, and he was apparently in a lot of pain, so he did choose medically assisted death. But yeah, it's very sad for me. We had a lot of good times together. We drove to a lot of meetings and spent a lot of conventions together, and I don't have a bad word to say about him. I know mayors do get bad words say about said about him, but yeah, I know he really was dedicated to his village and to the regional district. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for that, George, and definitely our thoughts and prayers go out to his family. And I think Manfred was elected the same time I was back in 2005, so it's been a long time, but it's unfortunate news. And thanks for letting us know, though. So, to business at hand. Here's an opportunity to remove anything off the consent agenda, if there's anybody that has anything to be removed off the consent agenda. Seeing nothing to come off, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to the consent agenda corporate issues, looking for a motion to adopt that. Or moved and seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. There is no development services consent, so over to development services B1, an official community plan, OCP and bylaw amendment in Area E, CAO.
This is an application for amendment for the Area E OCP and zoning bylaw, Mr. Chair. Basically, it's a 4-hectare parcel, and the zoning amendment is to permit a 2-lot subdivision. One part of it would go from agriculture to small holdings, and the other part would stay agriculture. Part of the the Lot A is in the agricultural land reserve now, and the proposal is to add the remaining portion, once subdivided, also into the ALR. So because the current zoning requires a minimum 4 hectare parcel, and this would take that a coverage below the 4 hectare, we're recommending that this be denied, Mr. Chair. And further, we'd like to see really moving forward under plan development rules rather than ad hoc site-specific amendment. So we're recommending that it be denied.
Okay, I'll go to Director Federico for direction on this one.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd actually like to make the alternative recommendation that it go to first and second reading and proceed to a public hearing, please.
Okay, so you're moving it first and second. Is there I see a seconder on that. That's good. It's on the floor. Discussion? Do you want to say something? You looked like you were getting ready, that was all. Okay, that will be rural then with that change, or is that, because we're sending it to public hearing, that becomes corporate, correct?
Correct. And also, is it going to be a public hearing at the borders at delegated? So the first part would be rural. If it's going to be delegated to another director, that would be corporate.
And part of your direction is to have it held in your area, the public hearing? Okay, so that would be a separate motion then. Okay, just for clarity's purposes. So on the first portion of that, it's rural vote. Call the question on that. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. And on the second portion, which is delegating into public hearing to Director Federico, corporate, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B2, another OCP. Oh, this is the OCP in electoral area E, CAO.
Yeah, so this is back from the APC, Mr. Chair, and again, further to what Mr. Garish presented earlier on under committee today regarding our interest in seeing the Area E OCP receive first, second, and move on to public hearing, so we can again keep this into the formal process. We're recommending that this be given first, second, and that the hearing and go to public hearing.
Okay, I'll go to Director Federico.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to make an alternate to postpone it to the November 16th meeting, and I can speak to that.
Okay, postponing it to the 16th. Is there someone? Postponement, would that mean a rural vote or can a corporate? That's my suspicion. So it's on the floor. Discussion, go ahead, Director Federico.
So thank you, through the chair. For the reason for postponing that is that it was brought to my APC. They did spend about an hour or so on that, and they've called a special meeting for next week to further discuss it. So I just want to be able to take that time to listen to the APC and hear what they want to say on the matter.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. We'll call the question. Corporate, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Over to C, Public Works, acquisition of Skaha Estates Improvement District, CAO.
So we did receive a resolution from the Board of Directors for the Skaha Estates Improvement District, interested in turning their water system over to the regional district. So this is our typical motion, starting the due diligence process so that we can gather the information necessary to determine the impact of that.
Go to Director Taylor.
Yeah, I'd like to make both motions, but I'm going to suggest, I think we have to do them one at a time. Is that correct?
I think they could be done together, but if you want them separate, we can definitely do that.
So I'll make the first administrative motion that we commence the due diligence study.
Okay. Moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on that? Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I'm not new to doing the investigation for conversion, and I'm wondering why I've funded it through my area versus putting it through all the electoral area MINs, and why it's different.
Getting ready to come to that. That's the second motion, I think.
Yeah, that would be the second portion of this, but go ahead, Director Gettens.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I think that's why you've only, just for clarity, you've only just passed, or you've only just moved the first part, which is to do the diligence. The second motion we're going to have next is about how it gets paid for.
Yeah. No hands coming up for this portion. We will, oh, sorry, Director Knodel, go ahead.
Are we kind of putting the cart before the horse? Don't we want to know how it's going to get paid for before we okay it?
Some might say that, but there is multiple ways of potentially paying for it. It's just how it's done in the end. So.
Isn't it advisable to know what you're doing before you do it?
I won't disagree.
Just saying.
Yeah. Do you have a question, Director Coyne?
I'm just wondering, since there's so much confusion, if we can just get Director Taylor to say his piece on the next part now so that everybody feels comfortable.
We could possibly do that. Director Taylor, do you want to explain the section or the next portion?
Yeah. First off, I'm probably as frustrated as everybody with this. I feel that we should have a policy that states how we fund these studies. This is my second or third time coming to this, and I feel like I come and crawl on broken glass on my hands and knees requesting approval. I think we all ask for these things. And by the time it gets to the regional district, we fully expect that our residents in whatever area are going to go for it. They're at the edge and don't have many alternatives. And so this time it's my area that's applying for it. Next time it'll be your area. Next time it'll be your area. I'd like to see a reserve established in the electoral area general service area, and that we fund it from there. It's invariably an interim funding where we're asked to fund up front, and then we bill it back to the users once they decide to complete the transition. So it's an in and out. I think perhaps there's been an occasion when somebody's come to the door and we've done the whole study, and then at the last minute they didn't complete. But my understanding is that in most cases, these guys complete. So anyway, that's my feeling. I think we're all in this position, and I'd like to see us establish a reserve. But in the meantime, I'm asking to fund it from electoral area.
Director Gettens.
Just a question. Can these kinds of studies be paid for through gas tax? I know they can go under community, that Growing Communities Fund. That was one of the things, but we can pay for these things under gas tax, can't we?
I would have to double check here.
And if so, then I have a follow-up.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they can be paid for under gas tax because they're an assessment of a system, and it recommends various engineering construction projects, which is eligible for gas tax.
Thanks. So just as a follow-up for that, and it's super reasonable what you're requesting and what you're advocating for, Director Taylor. Like, I definitely get that. It's just it's difficult when we have existing water systems with existing users who have already paid for their own studies, who are still paying off the debt from those studies, me being one of them, and then to go and put a reserve for another potential study that may come down the road. Because the unique part about a regional district is we have these service areas, and that's the cry of Falder, right? Like, they're so small, but they pay for everything on their own. What they can't pay for, the rest of Area F pays for through gas tax, and we don't go to other areas asking for money to support it. So I hear what you're saying for sure, but some of us are so far along down this path that we won't really need to have these kind of funds set up. And I think if that's what gas tax is for, is to help these things out, and then you can figure out how to get that money back from the residents. But spreading it across the region is challenging because not all of us are in the same boat, but we're asking citizens to pay for something that they won't benefit from, which makes good sense, except if you're in a regional district.
Director Monteith.
And through the chair, completely agree with Director Gettins. Area I funded its own study for Lower Nippert Improvement District to go through the conversion process. I just met with staff just the other day. I've got 3 services probably this year. So if this passes, know that I have 3 coming right behind you. So I'm just saying, like it's sort of I'm prepared to do it for my own area, but if we're going to do it as a region, I've got 3 coming right away. So just putting that there.
First to the CAO and then Director Bush. Go ahead.
Yeah, always difficult when you get down to the money part. We treat each application differently, Mr. Chair. If there is an improvement district or a private purveyor that has appropriate reserves that they've built up over the years that we can use to do the due diligence, we do that first, because then it can be attributed directly to a service. Whereas if they don't have the reserves, we're sort of borrowing from somebody in order to do the due diligence we need in order to present the information to the board. So whether you apply it across the whole regional district to the electoral areas on the basis that it is beneficial to the regional district to, like we said before, provide essential services to our citizens. And these systems that we usually get are not providing good service to our citizens. But on the other hand, whether it's electoral area, it's certainly not fair for general government because they have their own systems. On the electoral areas, we do believe we're going to be getting, there are a lot of private or semi-public systems out there. We think we're going to be getting them from everybody. The application of it to the 9 electoral areas to more or less borrow the money and then get it paid back once the service is established is one way. If it was to come from one specific electoral area, not all of those citizens are going to benefit from this water system either. So it's a matter of scale, I guess. It's you want to attribute it to those that are going to benefit from it, but we can't do that because we don't have a service established at the point where we have to do the due diligence. So it was a conundrum for administration as well. We don't really have a preference one way or the other. It just seemed to be the best and fairest way to do it.
Okay, understandable. I'll go to Director Bush and then Director Taylor.
Yeah, it seems to me that go through the gas tax would be the fairest way, but didn't we do the same with Heritage Hills sewer system? We put that through whatever it is, electoral admin or whatever. And what's happening with that? Like, is that going ahead, or have we heard anything since that?
It's in progress is about all you can say at this stage. So, Director Taylor?
Yeah, I just want to be upfront with everybody. My one experience in doing this before, 2 actually, because we did 2 studies, 1 water and 1 sewer, was this is the way we did it. So that's the way I've brought it back to you again the 3rd time around. To me, I'm being consistent, and I think staff was being consistent in suggesting it to me. Okay.
I just would add that it's not always a shoe-in. I had my area turn it down at a certain stage, and I believe the same happened in Headley at one point too. So it can hang people up.
So if I may, that's where I really think that we should have a policy and have the debate once and figure out how we're going to do it. So I don't feel guilty about trying to twist your arms into doing something you don't want to do. And we all just know how the game's going to get played.
Yeah.
And to me, it's an in and out most of the time. And otherwise that it's an insurance program, and it might be my area that gets left at the altar, and it might be somebody else's. And we're all going to benefit from it.
Director Barkwell?
Is there no way to do up a contract with these service organizations and bill them for it and remove all, all risk?
Not that I can think of. It's hard to get that. But I guess it's a potential, but it would require a lot of looking into and intricacies of how to get that accomplished. Okay, we've still got the first part of this motion on the floor, and that is to start the process of the acquisition, correct? Or do the due diligence of the acquisition of this. Yeah. So I'm going to call the question on that, or was there a hand that I'm missing? No? Cool. This is corporate all around. All around for all of them. It's a corporate vote. The last one's going to be how the money is, so then it's definitely corporate. Yeah. Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I thought it was corporate when you financially paid into a service. Do the municipalities pay into the electoral area admin?
No, but anytime there's money involved, but maybe staff can explain that. Chris? Ms. Mullen?
Most votes are corporate. The only time that a vote is rural is if it has anything to do with planning that's defined in the Local Government Act. So most of our votes are corporate. This part of it would be unweighted corporate. The next is weighted corporate.
Okay. Just so everybody's clear. Calling the question on starting the due diligence. All those in favor? All right. Any opposed? That motion carries. And the second portion of this is Director Taylor. What motion are you making?
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion.
Yep, there we go.
And my computer just shut down. I'm making the staff administrative recommendation.
Okay, so you're moving that it come from electoral area admin to be repaid back upon a successful transfer. It's moved and seconded. Discussion? I think we've started that process already, but Director Bush.
Well, I'm still against this. I was against this with the Heritage Hills sewer system as well, but I just don't think it's fair for our taxpayers.
Okay, Director Roberts?
Yeah, it is a bit of a struggle. I've been putting and setting money aside in my area with the possibility, not necessarily the guarantee that something's going to end up in my lap. And I agree with Director Taylor in regards to pre-planning and having things coming forward. It's just tough when we're looking at, we've got, as stated before, almost all the electoral area directors have a water or sewer system sitting ready to jump into your lap. So it's kind of worrisome because we did, I believe the regional district in regards to Area G provided and went through the funding for and went through the whole process and came right to the end, and then the community got cold feet and backed out, and we all paid the bill. So it is very much concerning. Thanks.
Yeah. Director Coyne?
So the reality is, one way or another, we're all going to end up paying the bill on this one, because if this thing completely fails, we're going to be stuck with it because the province is probably going to step in and say, guess what, you're going to take it over, like they've done in other places on other issues. So I think Director Taylor has a good handle on this. I think he understands what's going on. This isn't the first time this has come to us. It's just gotten dire to this point. So, I mean, the option is let it fail or let's intervene. And it's a crappy deal, let's be honest. But the alternative right now is a way bigger catastrophe. So,
okay, Director Gettins?
I don't think that's the options that we're at right now. We're just looking at how to pay for a study. And I think they're could be options. It doesn't have to come from electoral area administration. I agree with Director Bush that it should come from gas tax if you don't have money set aside and you haven't been doing pre-planning. And I get that any one of us in an electoral area can get surprised by something that you didn't anticipate and you didn't save up a couple $100,000 for in a reserve somewhere, and I get that. But I think this is a pretty, like, it's a small amount of money. I mean, if it gets out of electoral area, it's not gonna be in the day and in the deal. But I just think moving forward, it's more fair for the other areas that we don't get involved in other areas' utilities. Like, that's just how we've always done it. So, yeah, I think it should come from gas tax or reserves, or not reserves, but I guess just gas tax is the only option at this point if you don't have a service area. But sorry, now I'm just talking, and I'm just going to think this all the way through. And if you didn't have enough gas tax, then I think the region can band together or something. But it just feels unfair to the folks that have already paid for it themselves in their own service area. And I don't know how to make that right going forward, because I think what you're saying is valid. I think we do want essential services delivered to everybody, but I just don't know how to keep explaining this to the citizens that have paid for it themselves in my area.
Director Monteith?
And I completely agree. We are a clean irrigation district, right? They want to do a major project. They can't get grant funding. They're having to save themselves to do all their work. I want to do things in my area so that we make sure that the area is completely on board. They understand the consequences. But when we support like this, there's a risk of, hey, if we don't do it, you know, the region will cover the bill. And that's not fair to the other areas that are saving and trying to get there. I asked staff to put money in my rural project budget because that's where we can fund it locally with the local taxpayers to be able to do these sort of projects. So that's the way I believe that we should do it, and that's how I'm going to vote.
Okay, Director Gilbert?
Thank you through the chair. It's a really good conversation, and I think I agree with Director Taylor that there needs to be some type of policy, because just earlier this meeting, we passed something along the lines of taking over all these private sewers within the regional district. And so when those start coming over, there's going to be a lot of probably maintenance going to be coming up here in the future that is going to have to be spread around through every single area.
Director Taylor and then Director Coyne?
Yeah, I just want to clarify that these costs are going to be billed back to the users. That's the intent. The only way we all wind up paying for it is if they do not follow through on their current plan and our current plan for them to convert to the RDOS.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Director Coyne? Director Coyne Senior? He keeps looking tentative there, but go ahead.
Yeah, so if basically the Area D wants to borrow the money from the rest of the areas, and then he's going to pay it back when it goes through. That's my short version of what's going on, right? And if they don't go through with it, do we have a babysitter too? That wasn't me. If they don't pay it back, would we have the ability to bill that utility for that study?
That's a question I don't know. CAO or Ms. Malden?
I don't believe so.
Yeah. Okay. Director Bloomfield, question, comment?
Yes, I note in the report that the SCID has already initiated the engineering assessment, and they have reserve funds to cover those costs. And so what they're asking is to allocate $50,000 from the electoral area admin budget. So do we have a sense of how much SCID have contributed in cash and in kind to the project so far?
Do you have an idea, Ms. Bloomfield?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Yeah, their current study is about 150,000. Plus they had another one done on their intake, which was about 30,000.
Okay.
This will cover RDOS staff time and any additional expenses that we add on to their study.
Okay. follow-up?
Just a follow-up comment, I think that shows a substantial interest in having the RDOS take over the facility. It's not like they're coming asking us for everything, and this looks like just top-up costs to cover the RDOS time. And so I understand the arguments from the electoral areas, and certainly I'd have a concern, coming out of other area funds, and I don't think that's the correct way to move forward. But in this instance, if they've contributed something to the order of $180,000 and all they're asking for is $50,000, which covers the RDOS portion of the costs, it is a corporate vote, so we get a corporate say. So I feel that's an acceptable scenario.
Okay, Director Weeb?
So given kind of what Director Gilbert was mentioning, we're talking about regional services. So just so I'm clear, because this does seem to be kind of maybe setting some form of precedent, are in the dialogue that we're having about bringing on these services, are they all going to be expected to be paid for by whatever regional electoral area happens, right? So, because I mean, that's kind of part of that larger dialogue, is we're looking at saying, hey, we're going to be adding these things. Are we going to be having these dialogues every time one of those utilities comes online in someone else's area? And are we still going to have the, right? And so for me, I'm wondering if this is kind of a precedent thing, and what that could mean for the next number of votes if we had utilities coming online, Khalid, I mean, a number of these other ones that we would be kind of thinking that we're just constantly giving it to the electoral. I mean, it's great to vote when you don't have to pay for it, but but I just wanted to kind of clarify or have that dialogue, because I think we can say this is kind of the start of probably a trend that's going to be ongoing, and there might be a policy or something we need to help guide how we vote.
That's probably not a bad idea, but my understanding would be is that existing facilities would probably be going through this process, coming to us if they don't have the money in reserves to do this. If it's a new development, then it's going to be the developer who pays all that up front, so they wouldn't be coming to us, or we wouldn't accept it. There are a number, I don't have any idea on that number, but the potential is there. And it's not really precedent setting, because we've been accepting them through this process for a long time. But Director Holmes, and then we need to call the question here, I think.
Yeah, I think as a municipal director, this is difficult because we don't have money in this. I totally respect what Director Taylor is saying, and it makes sense to me that there be a policy along those lines. And just for the, we don't think regionally enough, and here's an opportunity to be thinking regionally. But having said that, I hear what the rural directors have said, and I understand where they're coming from, and I know money talks, and so I would support what the majority of rural directors are saying on this. Thanks.
Okay. Not seeing any other hands, but before I go to you, Director Taylor, for final word, I'll just make my own comment here, is that I kind of agree that it maybe should have been out of gas tax, but with the contribution from the group that's managing this now, I think they've put enough skin in the game, so to speak, that their intentions are to move this forward. So I'm willing to support it, but just on that. Go ahead, Director Gettins.
Really quickly then, and I think you're right. Like, there's nothing this group has put in enough that we all recognize that they're serious and they're committed about it. But what happens if the next group doesn't have any? And now we want to borrow $250,000 from electoral area to go and test out this new idea from somebody. So
that's where
it's
we need
like,
the policy.
this is a great system and a great indication of citizen trust. And I want to make it clear that we all think everybody should have really, really good utilities. But this is a good example. We've got lots of examples that we don't know anything about. So what we do now for consistency moving forward, we need to think about that. And I think that's an important point here. And that's my hesitation. It's not this particular case. It's saying, okay, so the next three that we don't know anything about, but we've got a heads up, the ones that we don't know what's coming our way. So this sets another precedent that we've already done once in this term for the Heritage Hills review. And that was not 50 grand. That was a couple hundred.
That
I
was
think.
150.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I love the municipal hat of doing that like as a collective, but that's not how it works for utilities in rural areas.
Director Taylor, and then we're calling question on this.
Yeah, I'm really reluctant, and you guys are all strong-minded individuals, you vote your own way. So I just want to stress, I had understood that this was the way the process worked. This is the way I did it before, and you know, that's the way I thought we were doing it. I didn't talk to you guys beforehand. I do feel it's more of an insurance program than anything else, and I think we use insurances all the time. And you know, as I see it, this is an insurance, so.
Okay. I unintentionally missed Director Knodel online there, so something new to add, Director Knodel, and then we're calling the question?
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the direction we were taking there. It's kind of like asking Penticton to pay for all of his water service, and I know very much that Martin Johansson, Director Johansson, would have loved that while the second repair was going on. But, you know, that's kind of where we're going with this discussion, is it not?
The intent is for it to be repaid back. So that's what the basic gamble is, if there's any gamble on this. So everybody's clear on what we're voting on. Do we want the motion read out for anybody's benefit? I thought I heard a yes. Okay, so that the expenses for the acquisition process be paid from electoral area admin and be recovered from the service following a successful transfer of ownership to the regional district. So that's the vote, or that's the motion. I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor? This is corporate, remember? Okay, those opposed? Directors, you need the opposed? It's going to be close enough that we better do it. Okay, so let's start again with those in favor. Okay, you want to do it via roll call? Go ahead. And then it's a yay or a nay, so.
Director Bloomfield, in favor or not?
In favor.
Director Bush?
Nay.
Oops. Wrong one. Come on. Director B. Coyne.
Oh, you're muted.
Yes.
Director S. Coyne.
Yes.
Director Federigo.
Nope.
Director Gettins.
No.
Director Graham. On here. Okay. What should we put for him? Director Holmes.
No.
Director Johansson.
Yes.
Director Knodel.
Didn't hear you.
Director Knodel.
The yay, yes.
Yes, you're in favor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Director Conans.
No.
Director McCordoff.
Yes.
Director Miller.
Nope.
Director Monteith.
No.
Director Pendergraft.
Yes.
Director Roberts.
No.
Director Taylor.
Yes.
Director Barkwell. Director
Gilbert.
Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
And Director Weeb.
No.
No?
Oh, there's Graham.
Oh, he's back.
Just in time.
Just in time. Director Graham, what's your vote on this? Okay, so 59% in favor.
So the motion carries.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Moving on. Director Taylor?
Can we please have can staff come forward with a policy on this? Because I'd
Yeah,
like to.
future, and I see this as a budget probably discussion in the future. Okay.
My apologies for not speaking with each of you before.
No, community services, item D1, UBCM Emergency Preparedness Fund Disaster Risk Reduction. I'm not going to finish with the rest. CAO.
This is asking permission to submit an application on behalf of the regional district to the CFPF program, Mr. Chair, for $150,000 to conduct that hazard risk and vulnerability assessment for the region that Mr. Woods spoke about before.
Okay, someone's moving it. Thank you. A seconder, perfect. It's on the floor. Discussion on this? I think this is good for everybody and understood, so I'll call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D2, Rural Economic Diversification and Infrastructure, CAO.
This is seeking permission to submit an application to REDUP. It's for an 8-kilometer section of the KVR, just above Naramata, between the Glenford parking lot and the Ager Tunnel.
Okay, Director Fedrigo?
I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this one? Seeing no hands, again, call the question on corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D3, award of the UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, CAO.
So we actually received the grant a while ago. So this is the award of a contract to Intraba Canada Limited for $248,705, completely paid by grant.
All right, moved? Okay, well, ask the question and it's on the floor anyway. It's seconded, so go ahead.
I just would like to know why it's taken so long for this to come forward. I don't know if it's for you, Seo, or Mark, or.
I suspect it has something to do with the position disappearing, not necessarily disappearing, but the individual moving on. But let's see what Mr.
Yeah,
Woods.
I mean, really, in the end, we try to look at all the projects we have in the year. This is one we had slated for Q3, Q4 already. It was a 2022 grant, but it was a 2023 project. And then staff time is certainly always an issue, especially when we get thrust into the EOCs the way we had. Yeah. But this was our targeted time frame to work on this project.
Yeah. Okay. Anything further? I thought I seen a hand, but maybe not. Call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to finance. Electoral Area E, Growing Communities Funds, CAO.
This is allocation of the funds from Area E, Mr. Chair. So there's $75,000 for the liquid waste management plan, 50 for the updating of the Naramata water system master plan, and 75 for the relocation of the water office.
Okay, Director Fedrigo.
I'd like to move the administrative recommendation.
Moved, seconder for that. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Again, another one fairly straightforward, and this one is also a weighted corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E2, Area C Community Works, CAO.
Yeah, this is for to withdraw $50,000 for the washrooms at Lions Park in Oliver.
Director Knodel, I'm assuming you want to move this?
Move the administrative recommendation, please.
And seconded, it's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Again, a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E3, Property Tax Exemption Bylaw, CAO.
Yeah, this is the annual submission to the board for exemption of properties within the regional district from taxes.
It's moved. Is there a seconder for this one? Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Director Holmes.
I'm just wondering if some of these exemptions are compared to with what the municipalities exempt, so that we're kind of all on the same page with some of the things like golf clubs and legions. And because what happens is they try to play one local government off against another local government. We get that all the time where they're saying, well, Peachland does this, allows this percentage. So so you're trying to force us to do the same thing. So I just wonder, it'd be, if we ever look at the PTEs and what percentage we're giving different kind of categories of organizations and comparisons with throughout the region.
Not 100% certain on that, but my understanding it is kind of in legislation. But CAO, can you clarify for us?
This would just be for property within the regional district. It wouldn't duplicate what an incorporated community would do. So it's just waiving the taxes that we would receive for this specific property.
Is there a set percentage or is it a complete waiver of those taxes?
Oh, I believe they still pay school tax.
So it's just the municipal
It's
or
municipal share.
the portion that comes to the local government?
Yeah.
Okay. A follow-up first, and then I'll come to Director Coyne.
So it's 100% of their taxes are waived?
Of their local government.
Of their local
tax,
government,
yeah.
okay. This might be something to consider in the future, because I think, I mean, I don't know how other municipalities do it, but we have 3 different levels of organizations, and one is 100%, one is 85%, one's 75%, whatever, depending on what they do and how they align with kind of our own priorities and stuff. But what tends to happen is those ones that are kind of at 75% will come to us and say, well, the one in OK Falls, they get 100%, and so we should be giving 100%. And it's, I know it's not the RDOS's problem. That's our problem. But at the same time, if might be something we want to look at, especially in years like this when we know our tax bill is going to be high, and I just put it out there. There's other ways to do PTEs other than just giving blanket 100%.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, since he brought up golf courses, I'll just clarify the Princeton Golf Club is not actually owned by a business. It's owned by the town of Princeton. It's in the regional district. That's why it's on there. And I believe the Fairview one is also owned by you guys. It's in the regional district. Yeah. And I mean, we do 100% on all the ones that we do in our community, and we have a 10-year, because the bylaw can be up to 10 years, and we've done the 10-year.
Yeah, so it sounds like everybody treats it different, but go ahead, Director McCardle.
Thank you. So we have just done this recently in Osoyoos, and I believe it's 100%. And we do it for places of worship and churches, plus nonprofits. And it does include, the Legion and the Elks and the golf course and anything that doesn't have an income that people are doing it by volunteer. So that's what we do.
Okay. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Director Johansson.
No, I was just going to say, I hear what Director Holmes is saying. We did our permissive tax stuff on Monday, and I think for our small community, we're giving $134,000 in exemptions, which it starts to add up. And at some point, I think at some point we're going to have to take a closer look, and the RDOS probably needs to take a closer look as well. These are start adding up, and you want to make sure that you're providing public benefit, or that whoever you're giving the tax exemption to is giving public benefit. I know for the Legion, for example, it's just the public area. It's not the whole Legion building. It's just a small footprint of the building that actually qualifies for the tax exemption in those type of facilities. But there may be other ones that need a closer look.
Okay, Director Barkwell and then Director Roberts.
Yeah, sort of following up there. in Summerland, we'll give an exemption to the golf course, but not the clubhouse. Is that how this is done with the RDOS? Because the clubhouse is the commercial area. They're selling liquor and food and everything like that. So we make that distinction.
There was something about that in the report, but I can't remember the exact wording of how it was differentiated, the public portion of it or something.
So we don't tax other governments. So if the town of Princeton owns the entire property, it's municipal. So they would be taxing the town of Princeton. They wouldn't be taxing, and we don't tax other governments. So it's the same if Summerland had owned something that was in the regional district, we wouldn't tax Summerland, right? That's the difference between the golf courses that are on here and other ones. These are owned by municipalities and then they're leased out to a nonprofit or something. Like the Princeton one's a nonprofit, yours is a nonprofit, I believe.
No on all that, but I got
I mean, they have to cover the cost and expenses and stuff.
yeah. Director Roberts and then Director Monteith and Federico.
Thanks. I think that sometimes these issues happen when you talk about different boundaries. Like, for instance, I know that the Elks originally had petitioned Karamias to have their hall tax exempt. And then when it didn't happen or changed, I can't remember specifically what it was, they then sold their hall and then built a hall on the property in Area G, which is tax exempt for the rodeo grounds. So sometimes it does kind of lead to those kinds of things. So, and you just got to look at it. So,
okay, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I recall there being a administrative report at one point that also talked about public utilities, community parks being exempt as well for property tax. Is that true?
Well, if they're owned by the regional district, we don't tax ourselves by any means.
Okay.
So
Then what about the observatory, DREO?
that's federal, and I think they provide a tax in lieu in
Yeah,
some
they do
cases.
the PILT. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be the same, I guess, for school districts and,
And
okay, I'm just trying to
provincial
wrap my head
government does
around.
that as well. They
And
provide
what about
tax in lieu.
community buildings then?
If it's owned by the regional district, we don't tax ourselves.
So in Clayton, we have the Clayton Community Hall that's owned by an association, but managed by the regional district.
I don't know whether they've applied through this process or whether they pay taxes. That's something.
Well, they would be on the exempt if they're exempt.
They have to apply to get the exempt status. It's not automatic. They have to apply. So that would be something I would suggest you check with your community association and see if they do pay taxes or not. There are some that are statutory too, that are automatic, like churches in the rural area don't have to apply. They're just automatic. So Director Federico?
Thank you through the chair. It's kind of clarified because like I have my library, which is that parcel is owned by the RDOS and it's not on here, but then I have the Naramata Museum, which is owned by us on the list. So I will follow up on why my library is not there.
It's a good question. Director Taylor?
If I understood you correctly, you said churches are statutory? So they
I
should be
believe
on
so.
here. But I've got about 5 churches and only one of them's on here.
They're automatic in most cases, but some still apply. But that's
If it's a place of worship, then it's not a place of worship.
yes, there's some wording that goes with it. I don't know it all, so. Seeing no more questions, calling the question on this. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Long discussion every year on those ones. E4, Community Emergency Preparedness Fund for the Fire Departments, CAO.
Yeah, this is withdrawal from Area C for $100,000 for a basketball court, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I think you're on E5. We're on E4, sorry.
Oh, you're on E4.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So
Fire
this-
Department's grant.
This is permission to submit an application. And I believe it is $30,000, the maximum of $30,000 per department. So for our 8 departments, that would be for $240,000.
Okay, someone prepared to move that? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands, call the question. Corporate, all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now to E5, the Community Works.
Yeah,
or
so that
community-
is the basketball court out of the growing community fund reserve for Area C.
Director Knodel.
Moving the administrative recommendation.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion on this one? Director Johansson?
I'd just like to give a big shout out to Director Knodel. This kind of investment in the South Okanagan and Area C and Oliver is much appreciated and is going to benefit a lot of youth in the community. So thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you.
acknowledged for sure. Seeing no other hands, we'll call the question again, corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E6. More Area C, CAO.
Yeah, so this is the RDOS acquiring that part of the park that will to be used as a basketball court. So this is to pay the operating costs for the subdivision fees.
Director Knodel.
Administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Discussion on this one? Seeing no hands, call the question again, corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E7, Area H, Growing Community Funds, CAO.
Yeah, so this is the total amount for Area H under the Growing Community Fund, and it is being dedicated to the Chain Lake Dam for the spillway and a bridge.
Director Coyne.
Make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question again, corporate. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to legislative services. This is the creation of the officer's position and CAO delegation bylaws.
So this is the approval of the 3 officer positions, Mr. Chair. So we're looking for 3 readings and adoption on that. And then the amendment of the CAO delegation bylaw to address the 3 officer positions. And then the appointment of individuals to those positions.
Director Weeb's moving it. Thank you. Is there a seconded? It's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Fairly straightforward what we're doing. Seeing no hands, again, this one is a corporate vote, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to the CAO report. CAO.
Nothing for me, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I just wanted, on the last one, I wanted to put a motion on the table for the last vote that we just had. And I just wanted to put forward a motion that we ask the corporate officer to develop an officer's delegation bylaw.
Yeah, that probably should come as, and under the notice of motion section, and move it if we want to deal with it now, but
Okay.
verbal from the, nothing from the CAO, from the chair's report. I think the board's aware, but I'm away this coming week. So I'm going to have to throw that over to the vice chair if anything comes up in between. Well, at least you know. Board representations, Municipal Finance Authority, well, that was done at, the meeting was at UBCM, and just so everybody's aware, there is a report that's attached to our agenda. If for those that are interested in reading it, it's there. It's not for everybody to read, but anybody who's interested in that sort of stuff. So municipal finance, again, or municipal insurance, I should say, the meeting was held at UBCM. Really not a lot to report out of that. Okanagan Basin Water Board, anything there?
Yes, we did have a meeting this month, and I will let Director Doug, Director Holmes, and Director Knodel comment if they wish. Drought conditions still persist in the province. We're still at level 4 and level 5 in many areas, although it's slightly improving a little bit. The annual report, Tapping into Water Solutions, is now on the website. That's the 2023 report. And the biggest issue that we're dealing with is quagga mussels being found in the Snake River in Idaho. And they have a very strict plan in Idaho for trying to control them and keep tabs on them. And this is not good news because it then feeds into the Columbia, which then comes up into Canada. So the OBWB is really looking at talking to Minister Cullen and lots of other people about this. And I see recently there was something on the news about trying to prevent boats from outside of the province from coming into BC at all costs. And I don't think it's been that it's been passed, that's for sure, but it was a suggestion. Because if we don't do something drastic, a few years from now, we could be paying, $75 to $100 million a year just for mitigation if these little devils get into our waterways. So that's my report from OBWB.
Okay, anything to add, Director Holmes?
Just that, I mean, the quagga mussels is getting serious now, it's in our watershed. It's in our larger Columbia River watershed. And you can just see it, over the years, how it's getting closer and closer and closer. And the province still isn't taking it seriously enough. I mean, I think that's the bottom line. And it's I think it's frustrating for everybody on the OBWB. It's frustrating for it's like what do we try next? And it's to get the province's attention and start taking this seriously because it's everybody see it's coming now. So
okay. Director Knodel, did you have anything? Go ahead.
Same comment. The quagga mussels is probably the most serious environmental hazard that we have facing us in the future. This is a devastating thing, and the problem is not taking it seriously enough. Thank you.
Okay. Okanagan Film Commission, Director Gettins. Oh, a question? Sorry. Go ahead, Director Bush.
Yeah, just wondering, do these little buggers go upstream or do we have to carry them upstream?
They might get up, and actually in the east, eastern Canada, they found one attached to a fish. Now, I don't know how often that happens, but salmon come up our river.
Yeah, so
we keep that down in place now.
Yeah. Okay, over to the Film Commission, Director Gettins.
Thanks. I sent everybody a link to the story that was at CBC about the Take Two put on by the Okanagan Film Commission. So there's a lot of really great work happening up there. John put together a strategic plan as well. That's really great. And I think he'll be coming to the board at some time to present on that. And then there's a lot going on, but it's these non-disclosure agreements. So I don't know. I just know that there's things to share, but we can't share them yet, but there's lots going on. So it's a hardworking team.
Okay, thank you for that. Okanagan Regional Library, Director Monteith, anything there?
Nothing I can share at this time.
Sterile
insect release, Director Bush.
Yeah, I sent out a report to everybody. This season was, because it was extra warm and longer, the codling moth had a third generation, which really caused a lot of problems, but they managed to keep most places in control, except there's one real hot spot somewhere in the North Okanagan where I think out of 1,000 captures, 600 was in just one orchard.
Wow.
Yeah. And these are orchards that are basically for making apples for cider, and they don't care. They don't prune them, they don't thin them, and they don't care if they got worms in them. Yeah, so they grind them up and make cider out of them. So,
lovely.
But it's becoming a real problem. The other thing was during the Suyas fire there, our facility in Osoyoos was evacuated, and this caused a major concern and problem because somebody has to be there all the time, every day. And so thanks to Jim Savino, that, because he was director of the EOC at the time, I managed to get him to get our staff back in and back working. And we did lose a lot, but we didn't lose too much. We did lose a lot of sales for extra eggs and collie moth that we sell, but it wasn't as bad as what it could have been.
Okay. Simia, anything there, Director Knodel? See him shaking his head, nothing. All right, Starling Control, Director Bush. Nothing there. ETCBC.
So the funding intake, which was supposed to, for the fall, which was supposed to end tomorrow on the 18th, has been extended to the 31st of October, in case you're thinking of putting anything in. And the other thing, the sustaining public transportation services, that was an issue of transportation. ETC is pleased to clarify that training new public transit operators is an eligible project. So if that's apparently some people had asked about that. And there in the last, this is just for the RDOS. I have a list here. In the last 3 years, so since April 2021, there have been 30 projects funded in the RDOS by ETCBC, which is pretty amazing. And in lots of different areas. So over in Princeton, Summerland, Penticton, all over Osoyoos, Kiramias, all of those. And I know that Director Getton said the other day that the Okanagan Film Commission had got some money from ETCBC to do the fundamentals boot camp in 2022. So I'm adding that onto the list because it was obviously based, I would think, in Kelowna. That's maybe where they sent it to. So it wasn't on the RDOS list, but of course it is, partly because we benefit by it. So that's pretty amazing. There are 30 projects, and anybody who's interested can go on etcbc.ca and get some information. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Seeing no hands, that brings us down to director's motions. H3.1 CAO. Do you have any follow or introduction on this one?
We probably should have had this at the end of Director Coyne's resolutions, Mr. Chair. This was our estimate of impact of the ones that are coming forward today.
Okay, so we'll go to Director Coyne first. Go ahead.
So I'm going to mess you all up. I'm going to withdraw those motions for now with the new legislation that came out this week. That will hopefully alleviate and deal with most of these issues if we get into a licensing process. So at this time, I would just like to, I guess, table it as if that works.
Table or withdraw, whichever you choose.
I guess I'll say withdraw because with the new regulations, it'll all have to be in different wording anyways, right?
Most likely.
Okay. But thank you.
No problem. Still on director's motions. Is there any other director's motions? I know, hand up over here first and then over this way. Go ahead, Director Federico.
Yes, thank you to the chair. So two. So one, I would like to delegate the public hearing for 1313 Grayback that was recessed and rescheduled till November 1st. But I would like to have that delegated to the board and have the public hearing held November 16th before our board meeting. So if I can put forward that we can deal with that issue today,
Okay,
then
so
that would be wonderful.
You're wanting to waive the motion or waive the time or to deal with it today. So you're making the motion to deal with that today. You're seconding it. Any discussion on that?
Motion's just to deal with it today
then we'll vote whether we move it or not after. Seeing no hands, Director Bush?
Oh, sorry. Ready to vote.
Oh, anticipation. We'll call the question on dealing with it today. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Motion carries. So the motion is to move it to the November 16th
Yep.
board meeting. And first thing on the agenda would be that then at 9 o'clock. And right now it's tentatively November 1st. Okay, at a different location, right? So, okay, everybody's sure of where we're talking about? It's moved. Is there a seconder first? It's on the floor. Okay. Discussion, Director Gettens?
I just like to know why you're bringing this forward. I think I know, but I'm just curious because I know that 9 a.m. sometimes is hard for people, so I'm just curious.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So at the public hearing last time, there are some very passionate residents who live around the landfill, and I think that it's important for their voices to be heard to the entire board. I was the only director there, and so I think just to be respectful to the residents who live in the area, it's important for them to have their time and space on the floor talking to the entire board. It is a regional asset, so I think that it's valuable for everyone to hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thanks.
Okay, Director Monteith?
Through the chair, I guess also housekeeping, would Director Friedrich, chair it, or Director Pendergraft?
My assumption would be as she's assigning or asking for it to be assigned or directed by, what was your motion exactly? It sounded like it would be held here, so it would be mine, but it could be
Yep.
still, if you want to chair it, that's your option.
I will delegate that back.
Okay, so just so everybody's
Just in
clear.
housekeeping, it should be written that way.
No problem.
Yep.
So it's delegated back to the board and the chair to take care of on November 16th. Any further discussion? Director Bush?
Yeah, well, I think this is a great idea because we're all together that day. All these other meetings are hard to get at.
Good point. Director Weed?
Through the chair, Christy, do we know if our agendas are that far ahead, is that a heavy agenda day? Like, I'm just wondering if that would, doesn't matter? Okay.
It hasn't been dealt with, but the potential is that it will be a little bit heavier just because of the fact that November 2nd inaugural one is light.
Right.
Because of being the inaugural meeting. So it might be a busy day, but that's fine. And we have no idea how long it may take. So any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Director Gettens.
Thanks. I'm going to put forward a notice of motion that we ask the corporate officer to develop an officer's delegation bylaw for all three positions.
Is that a seconder? Okay. Any discussion? Oh, this is just a notice of motion, or were we going to make it?
Well, if we want to have it go forward now, then that's great. I think that would be helpful.
That would require a motion to deal with it today.
Okay. Can I put forward a motion to deal with it today?
Seconded. It's on the floor. So we're all aware of the ask. Director Conans, go ahead.
I'm aware of the ask, but you're going to have to explain to me exactly what that all means. What is the downside? What is the upside? It may be something for the next meeting, just because I would like to have an explanation from
Well,
who knows?
do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I
Director
think that
Gettens?
we've just put forward a CO and a CFO, and there's no delegation bylaw for those two positions in the works. So I think that asking our corporate officer to start that process is probably a good idea for all three. We have a CAO delegation bylaw that we're going to also draft, but I think the conversation needs to start, that we start having these other delegation bylaws for the CO and the CFO as well.
Okay. And just for clarity, this is just for a potential bylaw to be brought back, and then we would discuss it. And that's where the intricacies and what we want to see in there would really be hammered out, so to speak. Any other discussion on this? So this is on dealing with it today, calling the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. So you're going to make the motion to,
I'll make the motion then, please.
and it's seconded. Discussion? I thought I seen it. Oh, you were seconding. The answers have been kind of put out there as to why and what we're doing and expecting. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Any more director's motions? Before I move on. You'll make one. All right. Yeah. Board members' verbal updates. Anything to report from your communities that you want everybody else to know about? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Yeah, I did touch on this earlier in committee, but I did want to thank staff again for just getting that organized with Modi and the multi-agency meeting that they had around the encampment on the highway. That was pretty fast, given how many different players were involved. So thank you for that.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to report from their communities? Not seeing anybody online? Looking for a motion to adjourn. Oh, that's quick. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody, for your patience, and we actually got through quicker than anticipated, so well done.
I was upset with a 15-minute meeting the other day.
Our record is.
They're like, if you didn't talk, we would have been done.